Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome. I'm guessing Cody messed up my green screen yet again. I'm looking behind me and I'm like, why is my green screen all like jacked up? It's always Mr. Monster Dog. He's always messing with stuff. Big old. That's right. I'm talking about you. That's right. Come here. Come here. Come here. This big old monster dog, the size of a giant monster. Come here. Come here. Show everybody how big you are. Come on. Come on. Quit smelling my belly button, you weirdo. Come on. Oh, you don't want to show everybody how big you are? Come here. Come on. You don't want to knock my green screen around. Come on. Come on. Why you shy? Why you being shy now? Why you being shy? Why you peeking your head around the corner? Come on. Come on. Up. There he is. Look. Look how big him is. Look. Look how big. Look how big him is. Look how big his head is. Compared to my head. Look how big his head is. Big old monster dog. Knocking everything around. Knocking over everything. How many times you knock over your mama's drink cups? How many times you knock over your mama's drink cups? How many? About 10,000? Maybe 20? Maybe 20,000? And him's so sorry. Him's like, oh, I'm so sorry. I clean it up for you. I clean it up for you. Watch as I get his leg going. Oh, no. Oh, no. All right, go lay down, buddy. Ow, your elbow. Good Lord, your elbow's so pointy. Pointy elbow. Pointy. Oh, there's the beautiful lady right now. Tell him, beautiful lady, how many drink cups he knocked over? How many drink cups? 10 trillion drink cups. 10 trillion drink cups. $10 trillion. He's a perfect angel. Leave him alone. No, he's not. He steps on toes. He knocks over drink cups. He messes up my green screen. How many toes he stepped on? How many toes? All the toes. That's right. Every toe. He stepped on my toe so bad the other day, I was bleeding. He don't even care neither. He looks at you like, well, maybe your toe shouldn't be there. I seen this the other day. I was laughing. This didn't crack me up. This is the, what is it, when you accidentally hurt your dog? Can't hear nothing. Yeah, here we go. Watch this.
I'm so sorry, honey.
Aw, gonna cry?
That's how it really be, though. That's how it really be. You accidentally hurt your dog, and you're like, "Oh, I'm sorry, poor little puppy.
I'm so sorry,
Poor
honey.
little puppy, I'm sorry, I hurt you." And then he just like jumps straight on your wiener.
Aw, gonna cry?
Gonna cry? Huh? You gonna cry? The poor little baby gonna go cry. Cody will show up as soon as I got snackums, though. Watch this. Instantaneous. He says, I hear you's got some snackums there. Said, I do likes those. If you could give me some, I would be appreciative. Here, there's only like 3 pieces left in the whole bag. Do you want to just take the whole bag? You want it? You can go tear it up. Yes. He said, are you sure? He said, I can has the whole bag? His eyes go real big too. He gets real big eyes whenever he's like this. He'll just be regular dog, and then as soon as a snack comes in, he's like, ooh, ooh, big eyes, real big eyes. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Codum's the monster dog. Let's play some Diablo, shall we? Diablo. Since Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred ain't here yet, we're going to play some Diablo 2. Alright, let's roll a 20-sided die for how good the stream is going to be. Alright, this is going to be for my initiative roll for the stream. Alright, let's see how good my initiative roll is. I got an initiative roll of 8. I get an 8. It's not good, but I am a streamer, and I do have streamer skills, so I do get natural bonuses for being a streamer, which is I can add a little bit onto that and make it a little bit less painful. I'm looking at like a +4 onto my 8, so that's like an 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I got at least like a 12 roll. It's not bad. It's not bad. Could be worse. Let's roll for Kubus the Monster Dog's initiative. He got a nat 20. Kubus the Monster Dog got a nat 20 on his initiative, so I think he wins. That's why Kubus has taken over the entire stream. Nat 20 roll on the Kubus. Okay. All right, Kubus. He's over there chowing down on his bretzums. He said, hell yeah, I rolled a nat 20. He goes, I got my own bag of pretzels, and I got scritches. Four days, 58 minutes, and 56 minutes until the expansion. I'm super excited about this expansion. I got a lot of character builds like floating around inside my head. I'm really hoping Proner gets everything worked out for the build planner. Like soon-ish. Soon. I'm gonna go poke him actually. It's a good idea. I should go poke him real quick. I'm gonna poke him right now. So a couple things. The build planner doesn't, or sorry, the Spiritborn doesn't have access to the normal uniques and aspects that he should, or that everyone has access to. Also, all the uniques were posted. I have tons of screenies in the hashtag kinship. What is it? GGM D2R seasonal channel. What was the other thing? Also, when you choose a primary beast, the other skills should gain that tag. I'm trying to like poke Proner and get him doing this. I want to do builds. Okay, I want to do builds. That's all there is to it. And I need the build planner to be 100% so I can do builds. Right now, the build planner is looking like, I mean, it's there. You can make stuff. You can do like skill trees, and you can do the mercenaries, which is pretty cool. No Paragon board because, of course, we haven't seen the Paragon board for the Spiritborn yet. But the skills are. Oh, is it the mother? Oh, no, old regular uniques are starting to get pulled in now. Okay. Some of the regular items are in there. Some of the regular ones are in there. Not all of them, but we get the Harmony of Ebiwaka. The Ebiwaka. Zawaka de Ebi. Bow. Shoot him all my doojangs. Also, Bink and Bink. If you guys haven't seen, I got a video up of all the Spiritborn uniques, which is pretty cool. So if you're interested in looking at the Spiritborn uniques, I kind of go over them all and talk about potential builds that you can make with them. And there's some pretty neat ones in there, to be perfectly honest. I was actually kind of excited. There's quite a few build opportunities that come to mind when I think about these. And then on top of that, if you guys are interested in a recap from the campfire chats, I do have a whole video going over like just the kind of like trying to compress down the 6 hours of information that we gained on the second. This is my campfire / patch notes recap video, which if you watch it at 2 times speed, it's only an hour. So if you watch it at 2 times speed, it's actually 30 minutes. So you can breeze through the recap at about 30 minutes, which is pretty impressive. Also, some people have started to note that they got booted from the D4 clan, and yes, I have been booting inactive users from the D4 clan. So if you have not been paying attention, in the Discord, I have posted a very clear message to everyone that like we are doing a purge. And it's literally right here. It says, in preparation for Season 6, Diablo 4, we will be doing a purge of the clan of inactive users. The max clan users is 150. We hit that a long time ago, and a lot of you are inactive. This is really because, like, back in Season 1, everybody just quit playing, and then they never came back. So we're just doing a purge of the clan. Below this, although I'm not going to show it to you, there's a link to a document. This is for kinship users only. And the document, you just put your name and your BattleNet tag in there. And that way we can figure out everyone who's actually alive and playing. If you put your name and BattleNet tag in the document, you will not get booted. And if we already booted you for some reason, we can just invite you back in. It's not that big of a deal. There's definitely going to be plenty of room in the clan, though. I already booted like 60 some odd people that have not put their name in the BattleNet thing. So if I booted you by accident, it's probably just because you didn't put your name in the sheet, which you really just have to come put your name in the sheet. You just need to go down to the Diablo 4 GGM at D4 seasonal channel, find my post, which is pinned at the top, and just put your BattleNet tag in there. It's not that difficult. Also, for those of you who have not done so yet, I do have a giveaway running on the Discord. I've got 3 giveaways running on the Discord, and there's currently only 27 people in the giveaways. You might want to hop on and grab yourself some loot. I got some swag up for raffle. What do I got up for raffle? Let's take a look real quick. So I have 3 Harlequin Crash Shakos. These are the beanies. They're really cool embroidered beanies. They're actually really good quality. 3 of these are up for a giveaway. So 3 Shako beanies. If you are interested in those, The giveaway ends in I can't remember. It's like the day of the launch, so it's like October 8th at 5 p.m. I'm also giving away 3 hoodies. So if you go to my hoodies section right here, I've got the Chinchilla Buddies hoodie. I've got the Chinchilla Majiji Mentor hoodie, the Kubus the Monster Dog hoodie, the Chinchilla Heart hoodie. All these are really good Gildan hoodies, by the way. They're actually really good quality. And there's tons of colors. Obviously, there's like any color that you'd want in here. There's some pretty neat ones. I actually really kind of like the light blue. I actually got the indigo blue the other day. Is that indigo blue? Sure, what color that is. Looks pretty nice. I'm giving away 3 of these, and I'm also giving away 3 mugs as well. These are really nice 15-ounce mugs. These are really cool. These are right here, the 15-ounce mugs, and they come in multiple colors, so you can get like the red. The inside of the cup actually changes color. It's pretty neat. As well as the handle changes color depending on what color you get. They're actually really good quality. I have one right here. This is my mug. You can see it's literally the red on the inside and the handle's red. But if you change it to one of the different colors, it goes like light blue. I'm just giving these away. Like, you just gotta hop on and you just gotta put your little doojank in. It's really super easy to do. You just join the Discord. I will shoot the Discord link in chat real quick for you guys. And just in case you blocked Nightbot, I will even copy and paste the link for you so that you can see it if Nightbot has been mean to you and abused you in the past and for some reason you decided you needed to block him. And all you need to do when you join is you need to find the giveaways channel, and then you just need to click on this little button right here, this little emote. You click on that, and you click on that one. Like that, see? You click on that. I'm going to take myself out of the giveaway because I don't want to be in the giveaway. And then you also click on this one, and you are entered in all 3 giveaways. And when the giveaways end, it will automatically choose 3 people from the people who have entered. And I will send you a link. You don't even need to put any information in. I will just send you a link that you follow, and you just redeem your gift. For the hoodie specifically, you get to choose which one you want. So I'll ask you which one you want first, and then I'll send you a link. Everything else you pretty much just fill in on your own on the website. I don't have any control over it. Now that we got that out of the way, because I want to make sure you guys get a chance to enter the giveaway, let's get into some Diablo 2. I want to start thwacking some stuff with my big giant sword. What's the TZ right now? The TZ is Lost City. Let's go to Lost City. All right. Bow. Die. Dude, it's so fun playing with this frickin' big giant whack-a-mole stick. Poor monsters don't even stand a chance. Get some music pumping too, why not?
I need a key.
Totally forgot about music. Let's get some music pumping. What's up, Xylor?
Hey, what's up?
You ready to play some Vessel of Hatred?
You know it.
So what do you
enjoy the story?
Sure, what are you
Take
gonna
it nice and slow?
Sure, what are you gonna play? You're gonna play
Centipede.
You're gonna be full Centipede?
Oh yeah, you can do dual, can't you?
I need a key.
You can do like freaking trio.
Huh. Well, that's kind of why I want to do some type of building party this weekend. Like, just go over different builds, try to build. Theory build, that's what I meant.
Theory crafting.
Theory crafting. I want theory craft this weekend.
Well, I just went over all the uniques. Did you see that video?
Yep.
So that's a pretty important one if you want to theory craft the Spiritborn, because there's a lot of really special uniques in there.
Yeah.
There's
a ton.
there's two helmets that are kind of like designed around, you know, like Vasili's Prayer and Tempest Roar.
Yep, yep.
They're
I
very
saw what
they're
you were
very
talking about.
similar. Yeah, very similar.
Yeah. Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah, I was looking at those, and one of them actually made me kind of interested. The one the one that like it's an odd one that gives you like a damage bonus for having multiple different types of skills equipped. So like you kind of like want to get as many tags as you can on something. It kind of reminds me of the build that me and Leon came up with the druid, where we tried to make like a character that took advantage of like every single modifier. You know, like
Yep.
it was like a bear, a storm, a earth. You know, like it had like like 3 different modifiers at the same time going on, or like 4. Like it also came in with like the Nature's Fury, and then the Nature's Fury was applying to everything. I mean, it's kind of the general idea of it is that you're building a character that utilizes a skill that is not either the primary or secondary choice for your spirit. I mean, it doesn't really matter what you do, because you could come up with a bunch of different ways of doing it. But like, say you wanted to do the centipede, right?
Yep.
And you wanted to use centipede skills, but you wanted to use that helmet to its utmost. Well, you wouldn't choose centipede as your primary or secondary spirit. Instead, you would use the helmet, you would equip all your centipede skills, then you would use, say, like gorilla or eagle or jaguar as your primary, and then your secondary would be like the same thing. If you would be gorilla, you know, jaguar, or your eagle for the secondary, and you would make sure that they don't match, right? Then your centipede skills would be jaguar, centipede, gorilla, or jaguar, centipede, eagle, or whatever, right? And so you would actually get all 3 tags on your centipede skills, and then your centipede skills would get multiplied by the helmet pretty drastically. I'm not really sure exactly how a build like that would work yet, because I haven't really like sunk my teeth into it, but it does look like it could be really powerful.
Yeah.
Ooh, cobble. Oh, did you see that they brought over the appearances of the D2 runes as well?
Yes. Yes, finally.
So they're gonna
Like
look.
Wujio was saying, and a lot of people are saying, like, those don't look like the runes.
I honestly, I'd like it if they just brought them all over, but I can understand why they kind of want to have some of their own as well.
Yeah. I'm sure they can bring others, you know, add them.
Yeah, as time
Later.
goes on, we can get more.
Yeah.
What's up, John? I don't know, that one unique. What the hell do they call it again? There's like so many different weird names. They're definitely like Aztec style names. Kind of scared of the Aztec culture that they're trying to copy. You know anything about the Aztecs, Zyler? Yeah, they weren't really very good people. I mean, they were like there was a lot of sacrificial heart gouging and like beheadings, and they had like altars of like a lot of people. I remember watching like a documentary one time, and there was some things where they talked about how the Aztecs had like the best calendar in the world, like for celestial events, and what they decided to do with this calendar was to basically completely bewitch the masses into thinking that they had like the gods on their side. And so they would be like, and behold, the gods have seen your wicked ways, and they send the sign. The sun shall be devoured for your wickedness. And you know, like, and then the sun would like go to eclipse because they knew exactly when it was going to happen, because you know they had a calendar that literally told them, but the people didn't know that. And they're like, quickly, we must sacrifice 10 virgins to the god to appease him or something. And then they would like kill a bunch of virgins real quick, and they knew exactly when the eclipse would stop happening. So like they would like time the last virgin's death for the eclipse, finishing. And then they're like, and we've done it. He has been appeased for now. And that's how they maintained power for like hundreds of years, basically, until, from what I understand, the downfall of the Aztec Empire was actually food. They ran out of food. That was what a lot of people said. They couldn't maintain the food requirements necessary for a giant civilization. Which is pretty common, actually, for a lot of civilizations to have trouble just feeding their citizens. Oh boy, an Elrune. And there's so much changing every single time they do a D4 patch. It's like a brand new game every single time. They'll be like, just throw away every bit of knowledge that you had before. When people come in here and they're like, is D4 worth playing? The last time I played it was season 0 or season 1, and I'm like, all right, so here's what you need to do, my friend. All right, you're gonna take every bit of knowledge that you have about the game. All right, I want you to like put it in a cup, okay? And I want you to go to the sink and I want you to pour that cup right down the drain, and I want you to turn on the faucet too to make sure it really goes down. We don't want any to bubble back up. And begin to learn anew, my friend.
I'm actually pretty excited for all the changes. I think they were really good changes.
I mean, with the decrease, now that they reverted that ×2 silliness that was on the PTR, I think it's going to be a good patch. I don't know. I don't even know why that was necessary. They did a stat squish and lowered our damage, and then they're like, here, have like 2 times the multipliers that you had before. So you lowered our damage by half and then gave us 2 times the multipliers, so we're right back where we started. And then they gave us that ridiculous legendary glyph, the one that made it so we were like above where we were before.
Yeah.
And it was like, so why did you even stat squish us if you were just gonna put us right back where we were before?
I need a key.
What the hell's even going on? And then they undid both of those changes, which I think is very good. So we're going back to Season 5, basically, except for we still got the stat squish, but I don't think the stat squish is going to be that big of a deal. I love how they turned on Penitent, and they're like, but Penitent is going to be really hard. And then they showed a clip of some guy dying.
The guy didn't even try.
I know, he didn't, like, he was level 1. Did he put in his points?
Nope.
I bet you he didn't put in his points.
I thought it was funny. Like, dude, that's... Don't get surrounded.
I bet he didn't put in any of his points. Also, he was level 1. I mean, you could have, like, waited till at least, like, level 10 to hop into Penitent if you really felt like you were, like, not gonna do very well. I'm just excited the game's not going to be like super duper easy.
We can choose our difficulty.
The 2 temper slots is a big win too. I do feel like the 1 temper slot was really weird, a really weird choice, because it was difficult to get your builds online when you only had 1 temper slot. And that was like all the way to 60. So like all the way to 60, and even a little bit into 60. Like, you had to wait to get your build online because you couldn't put tempers on your weapon. Like, less masterwork slots is, you know, it's less damage or, you know, like less stats and stuff like that, but it doesn't like prevent you from getting your build working for most characters. But like the taking away of the temper slot definitely did affect the overall like output of the character in terms of like what they could achieve. So I'm glad that they reverted that change, because I didn't understand that change at all. I was like so we just gotta wait until 60. I'm not like a big fan of the way they have the current system set up though, like with the whole like waiting till you're an adult to do things.
Right.
Like, cause that's what it feels like, you know, like when you were a kid and they're like, oh well, wait till you're an adult and you'll find out. In Diablo 4, they're like, oh well, wait until Torment 1 and you'll find out.
Yeah. I'm glad they listened to us. I mean, I put a little big note to them, telling them how
A little
easy
big
it
note.
So
Told them that
like
you
they,
played it.
listened
You know
and
what you should have said? You should have went, Dear Blizzard devs, I beat Penitent mode at level 10 with a controller playing from my Tesla while I was driving on the interstate at 70 miles an hour. It's way too easy. I should have crashed and died. Sincerely yours,
and I was playing
Xylar.
hardcore, and I still didn't die. Too easy.
Hey Ginger, do you think it's possible to actually make a working character with only like 1.09 items? Like Grandfather, Viriza. I mean, yeah, you can make a working character. Are they going to be like comparable to like fully best in slot characters? No, they're not. Grandfather is still an amazing weapon. It never ceased to be an amazing weapon. What happened was, what had happened was, is that other weapons outperformed it. That was all. So, when it comes to specific weapons within the game, the Grandfather just can't compete with other more powerful weapons that came out around the same time. Like, for instance, when the Death Colossus Sword came out, which has ridiculous amounts of damage, when the like the Grief came out, when the Breath of the Dying came out, and so forth and so on, they kind of trumped the Grandfather. Can you still use Grandfather? Can you still like make a character around it? Yeah, 100%. I could take Grandfather, put it on this Paladin right here, and I could run around killing stuff. It might not be as effective as the death weapon, but it would definitely work, and I could definitely clear the game with it. I mean, I don't see any reason why I wouldn't be able to. It's still a very effective weapon. One of the main problems with Grandfather is that it just doesn't, it can't be ethereal. So if you look at Grandfather, so if you look at the Grandfather, and let's compare it for a second, right? So let's take, kind of a bad roll on that one. Ugh. Let's take this one. So this one is 203 to 629, right? So 203 damage to 629 damage, right? Let's take a look at my weapon right now. So my weapon is 367 to 731. So you look at them side by side, they're not really that far off from each other. The Grandfather, it's not even ethereal, and it can't be ethereal because it's indestructible. But even in its current state, it's still comparable to the Death Sword. It just doesn't have any like crushing blow, open wounds, etc. on it. Now, if you were to get a Grandfather and you threw a Burr Rune in there, you could get a little bit of crushing blow. You could handle the Deadly Strike from other options and sources, or you could go with like some attack speed or something like that. I mean, it's doable. I've actually seen people recently, actually. There's a actually that's a different version of the game. That's not even D2R. That's something else entirely. I've seen people run Grandfather barbs, just like classic Grandfather barbs, and they work just fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with them at all. Beriza is not an end-game item, never has been. Not even when it was brand new was it an end-game item. But it's always been reliably powerful to the point where you could pretty much clear the game with it without too much of an issue. The 100% Pierce on it is kind of fun, too. Still like the runes above ohm to make anything OP. There's plenty of OP items you can make with runes below ohm.
I need a key.
Death rune word doesn't require anything above ohm. Hell, El, Vex, Ort, Gull. Vex and Gull are the two highest runes in there. And not really all that hard to get a base for this either. Depending on what you're trying to make. You can make like a Death, F-Death Etnax, which is really easy. It's a very powerful weapon, honestly. If you can get by the slow speed, it's one of the most powerful weapons in the game. If you can't get by the slow speed, then you want to go with a different option. Speaking of speed, the Jaguar looks like it's going to be a really fast attacker. I was looking at the Jaguar, and the Jaguar seems to be all about speed and attacking as fast as you can and getting tons of free hits. I don't even know.
Could be a good, like, leveler. Good for leveling. And then you switch later.
Honestly, the Gorilla seems like it'd be really powerful for leveling. Just go Thorns.
You go all the way, boys.
There's so many ways you can apply Thorns.
What's up, Leon?
What's up, Leon?
I'm gonna soar through the sky.
You're gonna eagle it up?
Eagle it up.
I think if you want to do eagle, your best way is to not do eagle. No joke, no pun or joke intended. I think that's your best way to go, is to not do
like eagle secondary and then something like
no,
that.
don't choose eagle at all. Use that helmet, the helmet that's in there, the one that makes it so that you can get like a huge bonus damage to all your skills, depending on like if you have multiple tags on your like it's basically an increase in damage based on the tags that are on the item, and the more tags that are on the skill, the higher the damage output is. So you'd go with like the eagle skills, but you don't choose the eagle in either the primary or the secondary slot.
Interesting.
It's called the... Where is it? I got a picture of it right here.
Yeah, I didn't watch that video. I'm watching your other video first. I'm like halfway through it.
It's called the Harmony of Ebewaka. And what it does is according to your secondary spirit hall choice, your skills are all additionally whatever you choose for your secondary spirit choice. So you know how everything is automatically your first choice as well? So basically what this does is it gives you an additional 30 times multiplier. It gives you 30 times multiplier for all your skills, essentially, that have multiple tags. So every single tag that you can tie with a skill will get an additional 30 times multiplier per tag. So you can get 90 times multiplier by not choosing
It's two
eagle.
for free, yeah.
Yeah. So you
it's
just
like two additional.
Yeah, so you choose eagle as your skills, but for your spirit hall tags, you choose like jaguar, gorilla, or centipede.
Or something. Yeah,
and then that way your eagle skills all get tagged as jaguar or gorilla or jaguar or centipede. And then you just have to figure out a way to make it work so that your eagle is getting that crazy 90% times multiplier for all your eagle skills. And then I think that probably works out really well with eagle too, because that'll get you a ton of extra damage for your AoE stuff. It also comes with the velocity, which I think is one of the perks that helps out the eagle skills. And then it comes with the movement speed too, which you're going to need. So you're probably not going to be running Chaco. I don't think any Spiritborns are going to be running Chaco, by the way. Maybe Andariels, if you're doing like a poison build. But the Harmony of Ebewaka and the other helmet are like basically like the Tempest Roar and the Vasily's Prayer for the Spiritborn. And I just don't see anybody running the... I don't see anybody running the other helmets. I can see... Honestly, the two staves, and the two helmets have got me the most interested. Those are like my two favorite items so far, or two favorite sets of items. I'm actually kind of torn between the two staves. They both seem rather interesting. I really would need to like play around with them and see how they work. I think, which obviously I can't do, but Another big missing component is we don't know about the Paragon board yet, unless
Yeah.
somebody has leaked that.
I thought they're on the build sites, the Paragon board. I know they've been theory crafting a lot of people.
No, I haven't seen it on. It's not on Diablo 4.life yet. I'm trying to get
Check
Runner.
D4 builds and check max roll because I know they've been doing builds.
I'm looking. I'm looking right
D4
now.
Builds has Paragon boards.
For the Spareborn specifically.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
the specific. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I was playing around this afternoon with it, having a look.
They changed a bunch of the stuff in the patch though, so I'm hoping that. Oh, I don't.
The game is gonna be so much harder to get the Torment 4, which I'm so happy about that. After arguing on the forums for like a week straight.
Good.
I hope it is. I hope it is.
It is because not only did they do a bunch of like changes as far as scaling is like the glyph scaling and the primary stat scaling and other things, they also just straight up changed the way the torments work. So like Torment 1 on live is equivalent to Torment 2 on PTR. And Torment 2 on live is equivalent to Torment 3. Torment 3 is equivalent to Torment 4 on PTR. And Torment 4 on the live is going to be Pit 80. And Pit 80 is going to be the old Pit 100. So, like, everything just got scaled way harder.
Which, I mean, honestly, in my opinion, nobody should ever be getting to the maximum hit level anyway. Like, I think it should always be set up so that nobody gets to the maximum hit level. Like, if somebody gets there, it should be like a glitch or something
It's gonna be
within
a
the
bug,
Matrix,
yeah.
basically.
Yeah.
And then, even then, like, it should be so far out of reach that even the glitch can't reach it, in my opinion. Because if they're trying to set up the pit so there's just like an endless thing, if you make it too easy to get to the end, then people are just gonna get to the end and then get bored. So I'm gonna read these off real quick because I haven't had a chance to read them. I'm not sure if these are accurate either. They could have changed. Bitter Medicine: when you heal for 100% of your maximum life, deal 30% damage to close enemies. This damage is increased by your healing received. It sounds like something for the centipede. You deal bonus damage equal to times 20% of your two highest bonuses to damage types combined, up to 30% total. I guess that's to encourage combining different damage types, like poison, physical, or like... Not really sure. I mean, obviously you got 4 different spirits, and you can combine the spirits into like different ways, so that's definitely something that you can work. After moving 10 meters, you deal 3% increased damage for 10 seconds. This can stack up to 10 times. That's obviously for the eagle. When you dodge, block, or attack, you gain plus 2% increased attack speed and times 1% increased damage for 5 seconds, stacking up to 9 times. That's pretty much for the gorilla, because the gorilla has tons of like block bonuses and dodge bonuses and stuff. Revealing, lucky hit up to a 30% chance to knock down vulnerable enemies. You deal times 30% increased damage to crowd control enemies. Sapping. When you cast 3 gorilla, jaguar, eagle, or centipede skills with the same spirit in a row, restore 15% of your vigor and deal 30% increased damage for 5 seconds. That's kind of meh. You mean you gotta cast 3 skills to get a 5-second bonus that's probably not gonna last until you cast 3 more skills, so it's barely ever gonna be up. I never really been a big fan of the like really short duration buffs. Spiny Skin: when you use a cooldown, you gain 20% thorns for 5 seconds. Vicious Shield: you do 1% increased damage for each 3% of your maximum life you have as barrier. I mean, not a lot of like really like game-changing things in here. I mean, obviously you take them because you need them for your builds, but they got the glyphs in here too. They got like the standard ones in here, like Bane, Canny.
First time I'd seen Fester.
Fester? What's that?
I don't know. It was a glyph up there.
Fester. Your centipede skills times 15 increased damage to crowd-controlled enemies. Increases poison damage.
That's new.
Fire damage. What was the... Does the... Does he even have fire damage? The Spirit Board does even have fire damage attacks?
I think isn't the Jaguar fire? It looks like fire.
I mean, he's got some of he's got a lot of the standard. There's a lot of the standard ones in here, like Revenge and Bane, and you know, like the ones that I've seen on like all the characters, and then there's some like generic ones for the Spirit Board itself. This one's kind of neat. Menagerist. Dealing damage with your Gorilla, Jaguar, Eagle, or Centipede skills increases all damage you deal by times 4% for 10 seconds, stacking once per spirit. That'll be really good for the 4 basic skills I'm doing.
I think what we're gonna do, or at least my thought about it, is hard mode until like level 10, and then expert, and then penitent at like level 20 or 30, depending
I
on
like
the gear.
that idea.
I figure we go to Penitent whenever we can.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm
we can-
thinking
like,
it's
we
going to
can
be
check
20 or 30.
We can check it and see.
First 10 levels, just to get like out of the annoying way, so you get more skills and stuff, you start getting gear. It should be just number 2 hard.
Well,
And then at level 10, you switch to expert.
dude, the Thorns build is going to be legit on this freaking character. Look at this glyph. I don't know if this is accurate or not. And I'm still taking a lot of this stuff with a grain of salt because I don't know how good any of this information is. It could be like data mined stuff from the PTR for all I know. But it says you deal increased Thorns damage equal to times 100% of your dodge bonus.
That sounds really good.
And then on top of that, there's the bristleback that every time you dodge, you deal like 350% of your thorns to the enemy. So you can totally set up like a full dodge block build with the bristleback aspect, and you can just get massive amounts of thorns on all the targets and then be super tanky as a result. That sounds ridiculous. It's a dex build too, so your dodge is going to be pretty high just from building dex.
I'm amazed how you can think this up off the cuff.
Imagination. Did you ever see that episode, Razor?
No.
You never saw that episode of SpongeBob? It's a great episode.
Never watched a single episode of SpongeBob.
That's terrible. It's a show made for adults. Seriously,
So,
seriously,
have
it's
you
a
guys
show.
seen The
It's.
Penguin yet?
I will prove to you that it's a show made for adults, Razor, right now. Okay.
I'd rather watch The
Are you ready?
Simpsons than
Are you ready? I'm gonna prove it to you. Okay. All right. So do you know who Mr. Krabs is?
Nope.
Okay. Well, it doesn't matter. His name is Mr. Krabs, and he's a crab. Okay.
Okay.
Do you know where they live? They live in a place called Bikini Bottom.
Greetings.
All right. Now
Oh,
put two and two together. In Bikini Bottom, there is Mr. Krabs.
Oh, they got crabs in Bikini Bottom.
Got crabs.
The entire show was made for adults, and then it was converted for kids. But it's hilarious. So anyway, there's a whole episode where SpongeBob and Patrick are out in the front yard, and they're inside of a cardboard box, and Squidward is inside of his house, and he hears all sorts of crazy things like police sirens and like car crashes and like helicopters and rockets exploding and stuff. And he gets really angry, and he goes out there and he knocks on the box and he yells at them to keep it quiet, right? And he opens up the box, and inside the box is nothing. There's nothing in the box. He can't explain where the sounds are coming from. He closes the box and he starts to walk away, and like police sirens resume, and like freaking rockets are blasting and guns are firing. And he opens up the box real quick to see what's inside, and there's nothing in there. And he grills them, and he goes, SpongeBob, he goes, how are you making those noise? And he goes, imagination, and he makes a rainbow with his hands. But Squidward can't see it. Imagination. And the entire episode, they're trying to get Sponge or Squidward to basically have, like imagination about things, and he doesn't know how to do the imagination. So like he even sits in the box because he doesn't believe them, and he tries to figure out how to do the imagination, and he can't figure it out. And at the very end of the episode, he finally figures out the imagination part. But a lot of people think he's just gone crazy because he's like imagination, and then SpongeBob does the rainbow thing, and he actually sees it for the first time. The moral of the entire episode is that your imagination can help you achieve anything if you like exercise it. It's like a muscle basically, and SpongeBob and Patrick are like really good at using their imagination. But Squidward, on the other hand, he doesn't know how to use his imagination. He just didn't know, and he had to actually like learn how to use his imagination so he could figure out how to use the box. And the episode actually ends with SpongeBob and Patrick going inside Squidward's house and eating his food and like sitting on his couch and stuff, while Squidward is in the box pretending to be like a helicopter pilot or something. Which I always thought was hilarious. I used to tease my my nephew with it all the time. He would be like, "How do you think these things up?" And I'm like, "Imagination." I even do it for my unique items. I'm not sure if you've noticed, but like when I do my intro, I'm like, "Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items." And I do the rainbow. I literally do the rainbow from the episode. That's the SpongeBob rainbow.
I never caught that because I was always like your intro. You do.
Yeah, there's tons of adult jokes in SpongeBob. I can't even think of like all of them off the top of my head. Sandy Cheeks is another like adult reference. She's a squirrel that lives in Bikini Bottom, and her name is Sandy Cheeks.
Okay. Educational night for me tonight.
You're gonna learn today.
You gonna learn today, boy.
So the game's not really going to start until like Torment 1. That's when you start getting your big drops, eh?
Well, yes, but Torment 1's like Pit 20. It's really easy. But yes, Torment 1's where you can get any drop in the game.
Well, we
Anything's
don't know if it's gonna be easy because that 2 times multiplier like reversion with the stat squish. We're not. I mean, we're gonna.
I mean, Pit 20 is a joke. It doesn't matter how much they nerfed. The end game is gonna be hard, but Torment 1, Pit 20 is not hard. That's nothing.
I'm just waiting to see. I mean, we're
Well-
gonna lose straight up like the entirety of our multipliers. Just like half of the multiplier we had from PTR is just gonna be gone. So
Well,
if you were at
usually-
400 times multiplier before, you're gonna be at 200 now. So just a 200 flat reduction in all of your damage.
Well, they generally bolster PTR
It's
to
locked.
begin with, don't they?
Well, it was just a really weird change. I think I didn't even notice it until I think Leon pointed it out. He's like, "Well, they gave you like 2 times your stat bonus," and I'm like, "What the hell?" And I looked, and it was like ridiculous amounts of multiplier. Like I had like 2,000 strength, and it was like what was it, like 600% or some stupid number.
Well, yeah, it was double though, because they doubled the multiplier plus they gave you double the primary stat from the new Paragon.
Yeah,
Like,
and that's another thing they nerfed is they nerfed the glyphs, but the glyphs won't come into play until we get like knee deep into Torment 1 anyway.
Yeah. Nice that the glyphs will be dropping from various
It's locked.
locations, so not all strictly the Nightmare Dungeon, but also pits.
Oh my god, I was so happy when they said the glyphs were going to drop from the pits. I'm like,
yeah, only makes sense. The place you're leveling them up.
You think they're going to have a Spirit-born quest
It's locked.
for your basic powers or whatever, like the other characters?
Oh yeah. Like a class quest for sure.
Yeah, a class quest.
Yeah. Without a doubt in my mind.
It's going to be interesting. We're running the campaign, doing a Spirit-born,
It's gonna be fun.
and then go ahead and like enter the real game again. Like You have to make a decision. Do you stay with this character or do you build another one?
Well, I don't recommend you do a ton of characters, at least for the first week or two, because there's so much new content
Yeah.
in the game that my suggestion is to experience all the new content. All the new game modes, the seasonal mechanic, the Undercity, the Dark Citadel. Like, there's so much to do that should occupy at least a week or two of your time before you go do other characters.
Think about it like this: if you're going to Disneyland, you don't spend all your time at the nacho stand that's out in front of Disneyland.
It's
Okay,
locked.
Aw.
you're gonna go in and you're actually gonna enjoy the rides and stuff. If you keep making new characters, you're just gonna be like, you're gonna be at the in the line to Disneyland, but you're not actually gonna be like going on any of the rides.
No, but they said you could take or play any of your previous characters that
If
you've
you-
already
if
leveled
you-
up to 50.
No, only in the
Supposedly.
only in the Eternal Realm.
Only in the internal realm. Okay.
Yeah, so if you do the Eternal Realm, you won't be playing with us because we're gonna do the ladder. We're gonna be doing the seasonal.
I want to do the ladder.
Yeah, so if you do the seasonal, you gotta start over.
Well, I'm not really a ladder player, but I will do seasonal.
You want to play with
It's locked.
us?
Oh, I want to play with a slower group than you guys. You guys go too fast for me.
Right, so the raid you got to do once a week. I got to get that mount. Torment 4 clear.
Yeah,
coming.
that mount is amazing looking. I want
Oh,
to get
yeah.
that. Looks
Yeah,
like it
I'm
came out of
going with
He-Man.
Yeah. I know
He-Man.
that show. My kids used to watch that one.
Are we doing mount carries in the Discord?
He-Man's great. He-Man's the only cartoon that was literally made. The toys were made before the cartoon was made.
Yep. My boys, they love that show.
They literally they made the toys and then they brought them to the writer and they were like, "Here are the toys. Write us a story." And the writer's like, "What? Here are the toys. Write us a story."
Maybe you get to start a day ahead of everybody, eh?
No, it's a global release.
It's the same time global release.
Yeah, but
Time
we're on the
zones.
7th. The rest of the world's on the 8th.
It's just time zone, man.
Yeah, it's just time zone.
I
As
know, I
Adam
know.
said, the world is round.
Yes.
Unless you're a flat earther.
I am. It's definitely flat. I fell off the other day.
That's terrible. How'd you get back on?
Well,
Did the
So I
turtle?
fell off.
Did the giant turtle come back for you?
have you ever played like Super Smash Brothers? Like,
Oh, you did the smash to get back on?
yeah, I just did a super jump and got back on her.
Have you ever seen the series? Oh God, what is it? The Color of Magic. I think that's what it is. The Color of Magic. There's like a whole series. It was written by this Terry Pratchett, and there's like a picture of the Earth. The Earth. I'm gonna show you a picture of this. It's crazy looking. Okay, yeah. This is the description of the thing from Terry Pratchett's series. So the Earth is apparently flat in Terry Pratchett's universe, and it's on top of a turtle, a giant like spacefaring turtle's back. Okay, but it's not ridiculous enough because that would just be too ridiculous, or not. That's just not ridiculous enough. Then there's 4 elephants, all facing in opposite directions, that are acting as the supporting foundations for the flat Earth, which is then on top of this the elephants' backs, and the elephants are on top of the turtle, and the turtle is swimming through space. That is literally the Earth in the Terry Pratchett series. This is a picture, like an old picture of The Color of Magic, that has the original illustration on it. It's the silliest thing I've ever seen, and it is legitimate to the story. That's how the story works. There's even like inside the story, there's even like somebody who falls off and sees the turtle.
He was there, yeah.
It's like, dang, it's, it's a really good series though. If you've never seen The Color of Magic, I think there was a couple like film adaptations.
Okay.
Terry Pratchett's series are they're pretty funny. What class am I going to be playing for the Vessel of Hatred? Well, seeing as how I've played to death all the other classes, and as much as I love the other classes, I haven't played the Spiritborn at all, so pretty sure the Spiritborn is going to be my choice. Charles said, how do you keep a blonde busy? You write please flip over on a piece of paper, and on the other side of the paper, you write please flip over on the other side of the paper.
That's not stuff.
And every time she flips over the paper, she flips over the paper again.
That'll keep her busy.
There were 19 blondes outside the bar. Why didn't the blondes go in? Because the sign said 21 plus.
Oh, Groner.
Groner?
Groner.
Groner from the grandpa. Oh no.
Yeah.
Charles, he didn't like your joke. That one's been
I
rejected.
didn't like it. I just said it was a groner.
That one.
Got a pretty strong merc there, man. He can take care of everything by himself if he wants to.
Oh yeah, mine's pretty rough. He's rough and tumble. I can just let him take care of business.
Well, I watched you do that while you were discussing some of this other stuff.
Oh, he's just in the background, just putting in some work. He's saving me while I'm AFK. We're gonna be able to do that in D4 soon. We're gonna have a merc that's gonna save us while we're AFK.
That's if I ever achieve that status.
The merc? It should be pretty easy to get a merc.
Oh, we'll find out.
I'm a little bit worried about the barbarian though. They said that the backstory behind the barbarian mercenary is that the barbarian is a reformed cannibal. Yes, you heard correctly. Reformed
Yep.
cannibal. Are you taking a nap next to that lady? That meat's looking pretty good. Might have to have a relapse. You know what I'm saying? A little bit of relapse anyhow.
Yeah, she's gonna be my reinforcement because I just want to keep her happy enough to not eat me.
Please don't eat me. You're looking pretty good in them jeans, boy.
Apparently, you gotta level all the mercs to get like access to the bartering system with each of them.
Yeah, there's like a bartering system. They have specific items they sell or something.
Kind of crazy.
It's kind of
This is a lot of new systems. It's definitely more content than I thought we were gonna get for an expansion.
I mean, they're trying to make their money, right?
Yeah, well, they don't normally change the mechanics and stuff like that with an expansion. They might add something new, but they don't normally overhaul the whole system.
D2 got overhauled for the expansion. I mean, you don't remember D2? D2 had. Let's go over the things that they changed for D2.
I can't.
So when the expansion came out in D2, we got number 1. There were no unique items past normal tier, like in Diablo 2 before the expansion. So we had no unique items basically in the game. Only the base unique items like Mage Fists and Frosties and things like that, Soaks Effectors. There was no like Spirit Shroud or Skin of the Viper Magi or anything like that. None of that was in the game. Anything past past normal quality, so exceptional and elite, weren't in the game. The set items in Diablo 2 did not have any set bonuses in the Classic version. There were no set bonuses at all on the sets in D2 Classic. It wasn't until expansion that all that got added. I was there when they added it. And then on top of that, we got runes. Runes were added in the expansion. We also got charms. Charms were added in the expansion. Mercenaries were added in the expansion too. A lot of people have some faulty memories and they think that the mercenaries were actually in the game before the expansion, but they were not. The mercenaries could not be equipped with gear. They were not revivable. If they died, they were just dead, and you had to go hire another one and level it up from scratch. They were basically useless. So the mercenaries before the expansion came out in Diablo 2 were also garbage. I mean, I'm trying to think if there's anything else I'm missing. We got 2 classes, obviously. That was a whole other thing. The Druid and the Assassin both came with the expansion. I mean, when the expansion came out for D2, it was game-changing. Like, everything new that, like, people really enjoy about Diablo 2 came with the expansion.
Okay.
Synergies also came with the expansion. And that one is a little bit of a controversial topic because a lot of people actually feel like it ruined Classic when the synergies came out. But synergies are actually a product of the expansion as well that did infect Classic after the expansion came out. But it's neither here nor there. It wasn't a new mechanic, so that counts. I mean, the expansion just like completely changed Diablo 2. It went from the original Classic version to a completely new version of the game. They even overhauled a lot of the mechanics within the game during the expansion. Like, for instance, Ice Blink, which was an extremely powerful armor in Classic because it had Freeze's target on it, became a much less powerful armor in the expansion because they overhauled the Freeze's target mechanic to be a additive mechanic that essentially worked to have multiple bonuses stacking on top of each other. And how it worked was, in the original version, there was only one thing, if you had Freeze's target or you didn't. In the new expansion version, you needed, like, multiple chunks of Freeze's target. So you needed, like, Freeze's target on your armor, then you needed Freeze's target on your weapon, and you needed Freeze's target on, like, a helmet or something, or whatever. Like, as many Freeze's target as you could get to stack up to the highest value so it would actually be useful. And so Ice Blink became less useful because instead of an on-off switch, it was a stacking mechanic. I mean, they changed pretty much everything about D2 with the expansion. It was a huge overhaul to the game, and I mean, very similarly, the expansion for D4 is like a huge overhaul to the game. Steamy Davy said uniques and LOD were also controversial because yellow rare items were more dominant and offered more unique builds and less gear sameness among players. Yep. Rares were definitely the dominant items in D2 Classic, and uniques became the dominant item in LOD, and then rune words became the dominant item in LOD after a while. I mean, it's following pretty closely to D2 LOD, actually, when you think about it. I mean, comparatively, if we like put them side by side on like a little chart, just for fun, you know what? Let's do that. Let's do this real quick. So, D2 LOD brought with it, right? So D2 LOD brought rune words. So rune words are coming in both of the expansions. So D2 and D4 check, right? We also got mercs. So mercs weren't really in the game in D2 until the expansion because they just didn't really work properly. And then when D2 LOD came out, they got mercs. So again, check. We also have the new content. So like the Uber Tristram, Uber Diablo, the bosses, like a lot of the stuff just didn't really get added into D2, like the end game content was added. So like end game content, they definitely added end game content in D2 LOD, and they're adding a bunch of it in D4 as well. New class, right? So we only get one new class in D2 or D4, but we had 2 new classes in D2. But this makes sense because D4 is trying to do that live service model, so the next expansion is probably going to have another class because they're probably going to want to do multiple expansions, which makes sense. So they'll probably introduce one new class every single expansion. All right. And then like going forward from there, what are we thinking of here? I'm trying to lost my train of thought. Talking about Mama Fat. Mama Fat the cat. Okay, Mama Fat is in the house. But basically, like, I mean, it's pretty closely resembling the LOD expansion, like in a lot of ways. It's just it's mimicking it almost. I mean, a lot of people have said it. They're like, you know, D4 is not going to get good until the expansion comes out. and honestly, D2 didn't really get good until the expansion came out. So
Yeah, it didn't happen overnight. Well, even D3 didn't get very good until after its first expansion.
well, the next expansion is going to bring us into Diablo, obviously. So, you know, we got the lessers, right? So Andariel and Duriel, which is straight up lining up with D2, right? Because D2 lines up the same way. So D2 goes Andariel, so Andy, and then it goes to Duriel, and then it goes to Mephisto, and then we go to obviously Diablo, and then we finally finish off at Baal, right?
Yep.
Well, D4 gave us Duriel first for some reason, because they did it out of order, and then Andy, but they still gave us Andy and Duriel first, and then now we're getting Mephisto, right? So we're getting the same order, which means that Diablo is most likely next, and then Baal is most likely last. And then, you know, maybe they'll have some other figure after Baal. I mean, who knows? Maybe we get like freaking like one of the angels. What was his name? Mathiel? No. Or the angel of death or whatever. Mathiel, or yeah.
I think we might be done after Baal.
Malthael.
I think after Baal, like if they do a Diablo and Baal expansion, I think we might be done. Because Microsoft says they want Blizzard to release games more often than they used to. Microsoft might do a Diablo 5.
I mean, I get the feeling they're not going to touch Diablo 5 until they can actually figure out what the hell they're doing. I think they want to go into Diablo 5 with a team that actually is competent.
Yeah. Well, that's why they originally said they were doing an expansion every year. Now they've walked back on that. So it might be like every year and a half. So I think they're going to draw out Diablo 4 for like 3 to 4 more years. And that's enough time for Microsoft to get involved with D5, like heavily.
Does that mean you have the map? The full map of the D4 world?
I thought that was Wolfie for a second.
Would that give you like kind of an idea of how many expansions they could even have?
Well, yeah, if you look at the other continent, that's where Tristram is, that's where Mount Ariad is, so that's where Diablo and Baal will be, for sure.
Well, apparently Mount Ariad is gone. That's in the lore for D4. You can actually read that on one of the unique items. I think it's what is the unique armor D4? It's the unique armor piece for the barbarian. It has like a little story on it. Where are you at?
Posted the map in chat.
Well, he got blown up between 2 and 3, didn't it?
Rage of Haragoth. Yeah, Haragoth. Rage of Haragoth. It says, Haragoth, the final bastion of resistance against Baal's assault on Mount Ariad, was destroyed along with the World Stone. The survivors never forgave the betrayal that led to the loss of their home. So a little bit of a flavor text on the item says that Mount Ariad and Haragoth are gone. Like when the World Stone blew up, it took both of them with it.
Yeah, it doesn't have it on that map.
Well, it's on the top left of the other continent. So basically, we could still go to a ruined area where it's all destroyed.
Oh, I
Just
see.
an exploded mountain. Dead barbarians everywhere.
I'm curious to see Duras
I would
from
love.
what it looked like in D2.
Oh, yeah.
We're supposed to be
have
able to go to the docks, yeah.
Yeah.
I would
I
love
wanna
to
have a
see if we get to Mount Ariat, I would love to see just like an Easter egg of like a bunch of barbarians stuck in a tiny little cage and they can't get out. And they're screaming, "Let us out! Let us out! Help us! Let us out!" They're still stuck in there from D2.
No wonder they
it's-
became cannibals.
You know, like those little history signposts that you pass, like when you're driving along, and that they're like white with the black lettering. And you know, they usually give some sort of like historical context to the area. Like there'd be like one of those as you pass by, and it'd be like, despite having the ability to leap out themselves, the barbarians never leaped out. And since they were not rescued in Diablo 2, they have remained inside their tiny little like wooden fenced-in area, despite the fact that the demons stopped guarding them long ago. They continually shout to let them out, but they will not free themselves. Hoping that one day a hero will come along and break the rickety wooden wall.
Wood should have rotted by now.
The woods are all rotten. It's not even there anymore, and they're still going, "Let us out! Let us out!"
Yeah. It says Ariat's crater. You were right, Leo.
I mean, frickin' Tyrael used up all his power to blow up the frickin' Dewjank. I mean, according to the story, Tyrael basically died in that explosion. That was his death. I don't know if a lot of people actually know this, because, you know, like in D3 they have Tyrael alive for whatever reason. But he didn't survive the explosion. That's the canon, is that he died. However, the canon also states that he is the only angel to be reincarnated at the arches. So there's these things in Diablo universe. They're called the arches or whatever. Let me see if I can find it real quick. The Crystal Arch, that's what it's called. So the Crystal Arches, none of the angels can actually die, essentially. And what happens is when an angel does die, the Crystal Arches rebirth them as a new angel with no memories of their previous past. Tyrael was the only one to have died. So right here it says, Tyrael is the only known example of an angel reforming as the same individual. Said reformation occurring after his destruction at Mount Ariat. The replacement angel is not born instantaneously. So basically, Tyrael did in fact die in that explosion, and he was reborn at the Crystal Arches, which all of the 5 angels do, the 5 archangels. And every time I say that, somebody is always like, "There's more than 5 archangels." There's not more than 5 archangels. You're wrong. There's only 5 archangels. They're the ones that actually represent in like Anu, the original god. All the other ones are lesser angels that don't count as parts of Anu. So only the ones that are parts of Anu can be reborn at the Crystal Arches, and Tyrael is one of those. So whenever he dies, he can just be reborn at the Crystal Arches. But when he was reborn, he's the only one that was reborn with his memories intact. And he was reborn as the same creation. And some people think it's because he died in the explosion of the World Stone, like the World Stone somehow affected his rebirth and allowed him to be reborn as Tyrael. But he totally died. Like, he was dead, gone. He's dead. You killed him.
He die as a mortal or die as an angel?
He died as an angel.
You
Okay.
fool, what have you done?
He's still
Yeah.
an angel. And the D3, the whole D3 lore of him becoming a human doesn't really mean anything, I don't think, because I'm pretty sure that when he dies on Earth of old age or whatever, I'm pretty sure he just gets reborn as another angel anyway. So
Did Diablo destroy the Crystal Arches in D3?
Just the main one, the front.
The front one?
is there oh, well, I don't know if is there more than one? I don't even know
They had
that.
an animation of the crystal
Chris-
arch
Yeah,
falling
him.
down.
Yeah, I remember seeing that animation.
That's when Diablo First one up to heaven there.
It's Diablo to you, okay? Not Diablo.
Yeah. Yeah.
Crystal arches. It says that he corrupted the crystal arches, and then it
corrupt.
says that they. It says that they got the crystal arches back from him and cleansed them. During Diablo's invasion of the high heavens, he specifically sought to corrupt the arch. With the fall of the arch, all of heaven would fall with it, and reach it he did, and the adverse effects began. As a wave of energy shot out, incapacitating nearby angels and causing their wings to fade, Tyrael, now mortal, and his mortal allies were immune to the effects. However, the Nephilim successfully defeated the prime evil with his fall. The arch shone once more, cleansing heaven of Diablo's destruction. So no, he didn't. He didn't destroy the arches.
Destroy it.
He
He
didn't.
just
Okay.
He corrupted
Corrupted
it, and then they
corrupted
then
it.
they healed it.
Cleansed it. Okay.
They cleansed it. Yeah. So it's still there, which means that the angels can still be reborn.
Yeah,
That
I haven't seen
only
any
the
angels
5,
in
as far as I
D2R yet.
know, could be reborn though. So that's Tyrael. What is his name? The one that had the faulty weapon and fought Diablo and got his weapon broken immediately. Imperious. Imperious.
yeah.
Then there's also, which I can't remember all the names of them. Malthael is one of them as well, but he's dead. And he would be reborn at the Crystal Arches as well, and he probably would not retain his memories, so he would be somebody else at this point. So Malthael would have to be replaced with a new angel of whatever. I can't remember what angel he was, the angel of death or something. What was he before he became the angel of death? He was the angel of wisdom, and then Tyrael took on his angel of wisdom status. So it's Oriel, which is the female angel, the archangel of hope. Imperious, the archangel of valor. Ithariel, the archangel of faith. Mathael, the archangel of wisdom, and then Tyrael, the archangel of justice. And then then there's the lesser archangels, which don't count as the original 5, like Inarius and Irius. I don't know if Inarius can be reborn at the Crystal Arches. I don't think he can. I mean, technically, I think he's dead. A lot of people are suspicious on whether he's actually dead or not, or if he just got corrupted by hell. You
I think
remember,
he's
like
corrupted
he got,
by hell.
yeah, like sunk into the ground and got corrupted by hell. That's what it looks like happened.
We might actually wind up fighting him at some point.
Yeah,
Like hell version of it.
like he ends up being like a new Iswal.
Yeah, exactly.
A new Iswal. Have I read any of the Diablo books? Yeah, I've skimmed through some of them. I mean, they're not very long. So when I say skim through, I mean I've read most of them. Just not all the way through 100%. I've read enough to find out that frickin' Lilith is like one of the most evil creations on the planet. She is like evil incarnate. I mean, Inarius is vain, but I mean, at least he was a good guy. Frickin' Lilith was like super evil. The kind of things that Lilith did in the books, like if you actually go read the books, she is just, ooh, she's so evil. She is super duper evil. She's the kind of person. Let me like outline just how evil she is. I'm gonna give you an analogy, and I'm gonna tell you a little story. Like, imagine a woman who marries a man for no other reason other than his money. The woman thinks that the man is ugly. The woman hates the guy, but likes the money that he has, and marries the man for the money, takes the money, and basically leaves the guy homeless, and has absolutely no sympathy for the guy, and then marries someone else who is more attractive, or that they're actually attracted to. Doesn't even give the guy children or anything, just like does, you know, like whatever. and then like takes the children when she leaves, even though she doesn't like the children. That's pretty much Lilith in a nutshell. Like, she married Anarius because she saw that Anarius could give her something. Like, she basically sought to take from him whatever power he was willing to give her. And then when they had children, she realized that the children were powerful and sought to basically abuse the children's power, and Anarius stopped her. I mean, Anarius wasn't exactly a saint either, but in Anarius's defense, Anarius actually really did love Lilith. Lilith never loved Anarius. It was not a two-way street. And then, to make matters even worse, Lilith literally goes and finds, like, another guy and tricks the other guy into fighting Anarius. Like, imagine you're that vain that you've got to go get another boyfriend, right? And then the entire time you got to whisper in his ear that he needs to go kill your ex-boyfriend. And she manages to get him to do it, too. She manages to get him to go kill Anarius. And he succeeds.
Are we talking about my ex-wife?
Pretty much. I mean, it's terrible, isn't it? It's like some Game of Thrones stuff.
Sounds like what's the guy that had all those crazy people? This person did this to that.
I mean, granted, Anarius gets some pretty wicked punishments for everything he did. Lilith just kind of gets off scot-free. She gets put in like a prison realm, and that's about it. And then eventually she gets let loose.
Sounds like a bad Jerry Springer show.
She gets put in timeout. All that happens to her is she gets put in timeout for, like, you know, a couple hundred years. Freaking Anarius gets his eyes ripped out, or his eyelids ripped off, and his face disfigured, his wings ripped off, and surrounded by mirrors in hell by Mephisto. So that he has to, because he's vain, and Mephisto knows it. And so literally he has to look at himself. He can't even blink. He's going to look at himself in the mirrors and see how disfigured and ugly he is. And he gets put in that prison for I don't know how long. I don't even know when he got out of that prison. It's probably when Mephisto was killed or something. And then he wasn't being watched anymore, so he snuck out.
Quiet here all of a sudden.
I'm murdering things.
I see that.
Lots of champions. They need a good whacking with my sword.
I left the full rejuve back there. You full?
Oh, I'm getting, I got lots of full juvies, but yeah.
It's full of pooping.
I'm a little bit worried about the reformed cannibal, though. I don't and she's a butcher. She's a butcher too. She's a butcher and she's a reformed cannibal. She's gonna wake up in the middle of the night and she's already got your leg off and she's like slicing it up for meat pieces and you're like, she's like, well, you were asleep. I didn't think you'd mind. I'm like, it's my leg. Well, I was hungry and I needed a snack. It's like on the Lord of the Rings, remember? He's like, what about their legs? They don't need them, do they? Meat's back on the menu, boys.
guy you timed out last night. He's asking if he's been timed out.
Miles?
Yep.
If you were timed out, you wouldn't be able to talk.
Oh, he's typed in the chat there. I'm just reading it, having a chuckle.
You want me to time you out, Miles, so you can see what it's like? I mean, I can time you out so you can see what it's like.
I think you did that last night, though.
Miles? I don't think so.
Oh, you timed somebody out last night for 10 minutes or something.
Yeah, the weirdo. The frickin' weirdo that was, like, asking really weird questions and just, like, doing the weirdest possible stuff that he could.
Oh, I thought that was Miles.
Miles wants to be timed out? Alright, Miles. Here we go. You ready? I'm going to put you in timeout for 1 minute, alright? I'm here. I'm going to put it up on the screen. You ready? Look. See, like, I'm timing you out for 1 minute. Like, boop.
He's going, yay!
There you go. You've been timed out for 1 minute. Now you can see what it's like. When you really want to know what it's like.
Oh, somebody remembers that weird old guy.
Dude, that guy was weirding me out in the middle of the stream. Like, he had absolutely no ability to read the room. I'm pretty sure he was a kid. However, when I asked him how old he was, he said, "I'm old."
I can't carry
And he's like,
Oh,
"How
yeah?
old do you think I am?" And I said, "I think you're like 9 years old." And he never answered me.
Never answered.
Like, this is basically what the guy did. Like, so imagine you're in the hospital, and you're in the labor room. Your wife is giving birth to your child, right? And like the baby's head is crowning in your wife's vajayjay, and like the doctor's like, "He's coming, he's on the way," and then this guy just pops into the room and's like, "Hey, anybody want to play Monopoly?" And the doctor looks over and is like, "Dude, we're literally delivering a baby. Nobody wants to play Monopoly." And he's like, he hangs his head low and he's like, "Oh, okay. What about Sorry? Does anybody want to play Sorry?" And your wife's like, "Dude, get out." He's like, "You don't have to be mean."
No, he probably wanted to play Risk.
I guess you guys don't want to play Sorry.
You gonna get something good from this guy?
And that wasn't the only guy. Like, in the middle of the campfire chat, this other guy starts messaging me randomly on Discord. And I'm like right in the middle of the campfire chat. I cannot talk to anybody like at that particular moment because I'm like got my hands full. So I send him a link to the live stream and tell him I'm live streaming and I can't talk right now. He then immediately replies to me. Can we talk right now? And I'm like, no! Freaking live streaming. I was like, are you a robot? Are you reading from a script?
It's like Miles had fun with his timeout.
Timeout is fun. Woo, I'm back. You notice that the timeout also deletes all your messages from previous too. So all your messages that were gone, that were previously in the chat, are also deleted. It's like a double entendre. Which is why I often, like some of the mods that I have on there get kind of like timeout happy, and I'm like, don't time out somebody unless they actually deserve it. I was like, because when you time out somebody, you delete all their messages from the live stream. I don't want their messages to get deleted from the live stream unless they're being a jerk.
Yeah.
Here we go again. Random people messaging me, probably a bot. Let's see if I can get him to join the live stream. 9 times out of 10, 99 times out of 100, it's somebody messaging me about like trying to get me to do like their graphic artists, and they want me to like pay them money, like absorbent fees for stupid things, or they're like some OnlyFans hoe that wants me to get their OnlyFans. Or what's the third one? Or it's a scam artist trying to scam me for some particular reason. I've had a couple people trying to pretend to be other YouTubers, which just seems to be a really common one. So they make their name into like a YouTuber's name, and then they message people pretending to be that YouTuber, and then like try and extort things out of you, basically. Like it's like the confidence game is basically, because it's usually a confidence game, and the point at which they're trying to get your confidence is if you believe that it's actually the YouTuber, then they've got your confidence. And I never believe it. I usually just go to their Discord and I'm like, "Is this you?" And then they're like, "No, that's not me." And I'm like, "Oh, okay. Well, they're pretending to be you." And then I send them their information so they can report them.
Yeah.
It doesn't really take much effort. And they think it's funny too that somebody is impersonating them, so. They think it's funny. What's up, blurs? Ah, it's the person who random messaged me. Hey, you're like the first person who actually hopped into the stream. What's going on? If you're trying to sell me car insurance. Dude, I about died laughing
I got a truck.
a while back because like there's this meme that's been going around. It was a well, that is an interesting jewel. 1 min damage, 20 to 32 fire damage, 1 to 58 lightning damage, and 30% lightning res. There's this meme that's been going around for a while. It's this guy, and he's sitting on a deserted island with like one tree on it, and it's surrounded by water, and he's starving to death. His stomach is rumbling, and he's like hoping for anything, like a boat to pass by, like anything in the world. He's basically resigned himself to die. And in the water, he sees a bottle floating, and he gets really excited, and he runs out there, and he grabs the bottle, and he brings it back, and he takes the cork out. And there's a note inside the bottle, and he opens it up, and he unfurls the note, and the note says, "We've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty." Dude, I freaking lost it. I was like, I know they did. No. You know what's really funny is that those people that call and do like the car's extended warranty thing and like the scammers and whatnot that like blanket every single telephone number. Did you know that they actually get elevators? Because elevators have phones in them, and you can call the elevator, but you have to know the phone number. Well, since they're calling every single phone number in existence, they actually get the elevators, and so you'll be in the elevator, and it'll say that they're trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty in the elevator.
Some pressing stuff.
This is very impressive. They will find you. They will find you. One way or another. Like, look. One of the latest scams that I've been seeing a lot is probably one of the most genius ones I've ever seen, which is they send you a receipt. And it's got to be the most devious thing I've ever seen. They just email you a receipt. They're like, "Thank you for purchasing our McAfee Antivirus Deluxe, you know, like 10-year subscription for $799.99. You know, here's your like your verification code. You know, if you have any questions, contact us at email, blah blah blah. Here's a link to the software to download. You know, such and such and such and such." And then people get like really upset. You know, like they've already fallen for it. They fall for it the moment that they get the email with the receipt, and the receipt is fake, of course. They didn't actually charge you any money. And so you call up the number on the receipt, you know, like super angry. You're like, "Oh, I never authorized this, you know, like blah, blah, blah. How dare you, you know, take my money out of my account without my permission." And then they're very apologetic, and they're like, "Oh, well, sorry about that, sir. You know, we'll get that reversed as soon as possible. You know, but like due to our system, you know, like it might take, you know, a minute to send the money," right? Then while they're on the phone with you, they do a trick. they send you the money, right? And they ask you to pull up your bank account. And when you pull up your bank account, they change the numbers on the website to say that they sent you more than how much you actually have. And this is actually really easy to do, by the way. Let me see if I can show you how this works. So let me go to a random website. So let's go to Diablo4.life. And I'm gonna take a website and I'm gonna edit the website to show you what I want it to say, right? So see this right here that says featured articles? I'm gonna inspect this, and in the website I'm actually going to change what this says. So I'm gonna delete this and I'm gonna type in GGM's Fun Shack, and then I'm gonna close this, and now you see it says GGM's Fun Shack. You can do this with bank websites. So you can pull up a bank website and you can actually just like go into the inspector and you can change it to say whatever you want. I could put in like $1 million in there if I wanted to. I don't actually have $1 million, but it's going to look like I have $1 million because I edited it to say whatever I wanted it to say. And so when you pull up the bank thing, they're actually going to run a little script, and it's going to change the amount of money that's in your account to represent more than what it actually says. So when they go to refund you, they're going to accidentally refund you more than what the amount of the item was for, and then they're going to tell you that you have to send back the difference. You know, we accidentally sent you $2,000. I'm going to get fired. My boss is going to kill me. I can't believe this. We're not going to meet our payroll. I can't believe we're not going to be able to pay our employees. You know, yada yada yada. And then they're going to ask you to send back the difference in like a money order or something like that, or Western Union it to them or something like that, because there's no other way to get it to them. And that's where they get you to basically give them a whole bunch of money for free, because they didn't actually send you any money in the first place, because they just edited your bank account to make it look like they sent you money. and it's just one whole big confidence scam. It's a very, very brilliant confidence scam, to be perfectly honest, because it plays on the righteous indignation of the person. They're like, oh, a receipt for what? I didn't purchase this. Oh. And as soon as you're angry about it, and as soon as you call that number, they got you. Hook, line, and sinker. They got you. If you guys ever or get an email about something and you think it's a scam, you know what? Like, I'm going to tell you right now. Come on here and share it with me, and I will be able to tell you relatively quickly whether it's a scam or not. Alright? I got your back. Okay? You don't need to go it alone.
Well, I get text messages that are scams, about 4 or 5 a day. I get emails that are scams. I'm just used to it. I tell my wife, don't click on anything.
I can't carry anymore.
You don't know? Don't click on it.
Don't do it.
Yeah.
Why you do it? Don't do it.
We had somebody send us an email asking to help them out money-wise. Called up my buddy. What are you doing sending me an email like this for? I didn't send that. Yep. Well, guess what? Somebody hacked your account. Something.
Well, think about it from the eyes of a fisherman. Right? From the eyes of a fisherman. The fisherman goes to the lake, right? Casts his fishing rod into the lake, and
I throw the lure in the lake and keep the rod in my hand.
Well, there's millions of there's millions of fish in the lake, right? And although he may not catch millions of fish, when he throws his lure into the lake and holds onto his rod, as Razor pointed out, and he catches 1 or 2 fish, like he goes home and he eats happily that night, right? So he doesn't need to catch every single person that he sends the scam to. He only needs to get 1 or 2 or 3 of you guys, and that's it. And he's won. So they don't really care how many times they fail. They're just trying to succeed. Get that one gullible person that doesn't know better. I feel bad too because it's usually some like freaking 90-year-old grandma who just doesn't know any better. I gotta tell you, there's got to be a special place in hell for somebody who's ripping off like a 90-year-old grandma.
I got a neighbor who got rooked into $4,000. Felt sorry for her.
But what kind of evil person like rips off somebody's 90-year-old grandma?
Somebody who just doesn't give a damn about anybody but themselves.
I heard of one story where the guy was calling up numbers telling people that that their grandson was in jail and they needed to wire bond money.
Yeah.
And until they finally got, you know, like a grandma, and then the grandma goes and wires the money because they're trying to get their grandson out of prison.
Yeah.
Freaking just preying on little old ladies who are trying to look out for their family. But I mean, and I know little old ladies don't really know better, but like if somebody sends you to Target to get $10,000 in Target gift cards, I think you could probably, you know, like smell. Like, yeah, okay, now we need you to go to Target and send get $10,000 in Target gift cards and mail those to. You're like, wait a minute. What does the FBI want with $10,000 in Target gift cards?
I like it when the IRS tries to get a hold of me and tells me I owe money. I live in Canada. We don't have an IRS. I love both.
My favorite has been, and it's something I think anybody can do, is if you have two different email addresses and you use one email address for all of your accounts and then you use the other email address for all of your like communications, like your actual communications.
You learned my secret.
Well, so when the scams come in to your communication email, you know that they're all fake. Every single one of the communication emails are all fake because that's not where you have any of your accounts. Your accounts are on the other email. So like it's like a firewall where you just know automatically that nothing that comes into that email address is going to be legitimate because it's only used for communication.
Yep.
And none of your accounts are tied into that. Like when I get emails on like my ginger gaming mentor at gmail.com, makes me laugh because they're like, we're going to shut down your Facebook page. And I'm like, well, that's interesting because I don't have a Facebook page under this email address. That just happens to be the contact email that's on the page, but that's not the actual email address that's associated with the account. So if you were really Facebook, you wouldn't be emailing me at a contact email that's listed on the page. You'd be emailing me at the actual email address that's associated with the account. You big silly gooses.
Yeah.
Dude, I could do like a whole YouTube channel just on scams at this point. There's so many freaking scams out there. One of my favorites was a scam that I actually made a lot of money off of. It was the FBI virus. Have you guys ever seen the FBI virus?
Nope.
It's got to be the silliest scam I've ever seen. So if you go to like a porn website or something like that, and you get infected with the FBI virus, it's just the simplest virus in the world. All it does is it locks your computer, activates your webcam, puts up like an FBI logo, and puts your webcam in the center of the FBI like screen logo, and it says your computer has been detected as, you know, like having performed illegal activities. To unlock your computer, you will need to, you know, pay the fine. Send, you know, such and such money wire order transfer to this address, you know, yada yada yada, and like your computer will be unlocked or whatever. Like if you do not, you know, FBI will be at your house within, you know, like 2 weeks to collect your laptop for, you know, evidence and put you in jail for a period of, and like it's got to be like the stupidest thing. I wonder if there's like a picture of it. There's probably a picture of it somewhere. Yeah, here it is right here. Like, FBI money pack ransomware. Your computer has been locked. This operating system is locked due to violation of federal laws in the United States of America, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 8, Article 202, and Article 210 of the Criminal Code of the United States of America. Provides for a deprivation of liberty for 4 to 12 years. Following violations were detected. Your IP address was used to visit websites containing pornography, child pornography, zoophilia, child abuse. Your computer also contains video files with pornographic content. Like, it basically, like, the whole thing is just it's just a scam to get you to send the money. And I've actually removed a lot of these off of people's computers. And I kind of laugh at them every single time because they really think it's like an actual FBI virus or something. And I'm like, it's not a real FBI virus. I'm like, I can remove it in like 2 minutes. It'll be okay. Like, you'll be fine. Some people are like real on the sly with it too. Like, they don't want anybody to know. They're like, I can't believe this happened to me.
I walked in on my dad just about to pay one of those.
You did?
What are you doing? What are you doing?
What are you doing? He's like, well, I got caught, you know. Gotta pay the fine.
Oh,
I said it's a
you walked in
scam.
on them at that time.
Yeah. And it was at work, and they were just like dummy computers. Literally, just have to reboot the thing, and it just wipes everything out. And he just doesn't know.
I've had some really crazy ones over the years. There was one virus that really pissed me off. I remember I had to wipe the system and reinstall because it was an absolute pain in my butt cheeks. So basically the virus did like the worst thing that it could possibly do, which is basically just made your computer useless. And it did it in such a insidious way that I could not undo what it did. And let me see if I can explain like the insidiousness of this virus. So inside of Windows, you have file associations, which is basically that whenever you click on something, it is associated with something else, right? So like you have a shortcut on your desktop, and the shortcut on your desktop goes to, you know, like say Diablo, or it goes to whatever. It opens up with a specific program also. So like if you have a picture on your desktop and you go to open a picture, it's associated as, you know, like a, you know, PNG file, and the PNG file is associated with specific programs, and those programs, you know, will open up like for that thing, right? So like for instance, the file type is PNG and it opens with photos. Well, the virus basically deleted all associations and all file types from the computer. So nothing went to anything. No shortcuts would open anything. No, like you couldn't open up any programs. The programs were all gone. The associations were all gone. The file types were all gone. So like the computer just had no clue what to do with anything that was on the computer. Everything was still there, but you couldn't open anything. The exe files wouldn't open. The pictures wouldn't open. You couldn't open Paint because it didn't know what the hell an exe file was. So you would go to try and open the Paint exe file, and it would laugh at you and say, "What the hell is this? I don't know what this is," because every single association in the computer was broken, and it was just such a pain in the butt. And I could not figure out how to undo the associations being broken across the entire freaking computer, so I just wiped it and reinstalled Windows. I was like, just screw this.
Sometimes that's easier.
Well, I had one Ginger. A friend of mine got a virus on, and every time I ran an executable file, it would delete it on me, whether it was on a floppy or whether it was on what other media I had. And it didn't matter if you put it in the safe mode or not. It just deleted every executable you tried to run to get rid of that. Same thing, wipe and reload.
So I just did a search on it, and apparently there was a registry key that you could download that would reinstall all of the associations right here. So this is the fix the executable file association virus. But you had to download the reg key, so you would have to find a way to get the reg key onto the computer. Sometimes you couldn't even open up the freaking this window. I'm not really sure this is the same virus because I remember that this window had nothing in it either. So not only did it remove the associations, it also removed the programs from the association window. So you couldn't even like choose which program to open a file with. It was more insidious than this.
Some people just have way too much spare time in their hands. See, I wouldn't have been able to even do that because an executable file to tell it to do something wouldn't let me download anything, wouldn't let me do anything.
Now a lot of the times we just wipe and reinstall.
Yep.
A fresh installation. It's an old story that I've told before on stream, but there was this one guy came into our shop, and he had like tons of porn, like viruses and like all sorts of stuff all over his computer, and he didn't know what the hell was going on, so he brought it in for us to fix it. Well, we tried to remove the virus. We usually try to remove it to see how easy it is to remove them, but this one was just like there's way too many viruses. It had like multiple viruses on it, and you know, so we like we just wiped it. We reinstalled, you know, got rid of the viruses that way. And he came, picked up his computer. He paid for the you know, the wipe and the reinstall, and he goes home and he, you know, hooks it up, and then he goes to work. He comes back the next day and it's got freaking like hundreds of viruses on it again. And he's yelling at us, and he's like, he goes, you guys didn't do the job you said you were going to do, you know, like, there's no way that my computer has all these viruses again so quickly, you know, blah, 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 right? And we're like, okay, we'll take a look at it, and we'll see what's going on. I really doubt that the viruses came back, but, you know, we'll figure it out, right? So we take it from him, and we take a look at the history, and sure enough, in the internet browser history is like bigpornwieners.com and like blackladiesrus.org and like all sorts of other crazy websites in there. And so we take him in the back and we show him the history, and we're like, look, right here it says at, you know, this time at this date that somebody went to this website and this one, and we like pulled up one of the videos and showed it to him and everything. And it like dawns on him in the middle of us showing him, because I guess he realized the time stamps, and he's like, that mother pizza, and he starts just cussing, and he really kind of like, he's like, you just go ahead and fix it. He goes, I know what happened. He's like, that little bastard, and he's like, he's talking about his cousin or something like that, or his like nephew or something. And apparently, as he hooked up the computer when he got it fixed, put it back on the, you know, on the computer and everything, got everything set up, and then went to work. And his nephew came downstairs and went straight back to work on the porn websites, and got it super reinfected again right when he brought it back home.
Oh man.
Boy had to pay for 2 reinstalls on the computer because we charged him too for the second one. We're like, look, we did our job the first time. I was like, it's not our fault your nephew came home and went on to friggin' bigpornchicks.org.
Send him the bill.
Yeah.
Oh. Gone are the fun days where we used to put a little script in there and it would boot up and they'd be typing away something on the keyboard and all the letters fall off to the bottom of the screen. Say after we did that to about a dozen people, we started locking their computers when they left them. Which was the right thing for them to do.
The whole porn virus thing was so bad, though. Like,
Yeah.
we actually got to the point where we were, like, people would come in so many times, the same viruses. And we're just like, dude, stop going to jankety porn websites. Like, we would even give them a list of like legitimate sites to go to that were like free, that didn't have porn, that didn't have viruses all over them, just so that they would like stop coming back and having to pay like $70 for us to redo their computer every week. We're like, dude, stop going to the jankety websites. Like,
Jeez.
like, what are you doing? You still getting your porn off LimeWire? Like, what the hell is going on? Fucking Napster porn?
Well, you did those people a really good service. Oh.
You know it's bad when the person comes in enough times that you've got to give them a recommended list site. You know, like, slip them a note, like a little sticky pad,
Little black book.
little black book of legitimate websites to go through.
Did you bookmark them for them?
Yeah, dang.
That's what
Just
you
click
need
on
to,
the link here.
yeah. You need to go and disable the porn sites in their browser. They couldn't go to them anymore, and then bookmark the good ones.
I mean, it's a source of revenue for a while.
I cleared this woman's. She handed me her laptop. She's like, "It's not running right," and there was just so much porn stuff on it.
I remember I opened up one guy's computer. He had like, his computer was so infected with viruses, but they were like the really weird viruses that would put like ads on your desktop and stuff. The dude had like 16 ads on his desktop, and he couldn't even see the screen. Like, it was just like covered in ads, like the entire thing. And he wouldn't even close them. He would just leave them open. Like, they had little X's, and he wouldn't even close them. It just, like, they were just kept popping up, and he was just like, he's like that guy that was on fire that's in the house, and he's like, this is fine.
I remember them getting the computers so slow you couldn't even work on the computers. There's just so much.
Yeah, it was faster.
Yeah,
to do it
Yeah,
in
hold on,
safe
let me
mode.
clear some of these viruses
Yeah.
off so I can actually, like, get the computer to work.
It's amazing how fast people's computers are when you put it in safe mode. Sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, going straight to Spirit Point's ad.
It's like 90% of people.
I mean, I don't know who's going for the other classes, except for maybe like the speedrunners or whatever that want like a, you know, like a known good path to getting to the max level. But honestly, at this point, it's so easy to hit max level. I don't really know what we're speedrunning at this point. Our sanity, we're speedrunning our sanity. What was that game that Concord that literally speedrun failure? They like it was the fastest failure that any game has ever achieved. What was it, 9 days? 9 days is all it took that game. It was like a $400 million game by a AAA developer, Sony, and that thing speedrunned failure in 9 days. The whole freaking game was gone, and they refunded everybody's money. And like all copies of the game are basically trash at this point because they don't even work anymore. Bone weave of self-repair. I gotta sell everything I own to Halbu, yes I do, because I need to repair my armor all the time. Halbu smiles when I come round, because he knows I have the superior armor. Battle staff? Plus 3 chain lightning, 1 socket, useless.
Step away for a moment. I'll be back.
Blue Great Hallberg. Come on, J-Mod. Blessed Great Hallberg of Equilibrium. I can never hear Equilibrium without hearing frickin' Megatron. I don't know how many of you guys saw that episode of Transformers where I think it was Wheeljack hits him with the destabilizer shells, and Megatron goes, "My equilibrium!" Let me see if I can find a little clip of it. Here it is. I got it. Let's go.
Inhibitor shells! My equilibrium destabilized! Equilibrium! My equilibrium destabilized! My equilibrium destabilized!
There you go. Now you have it stuck in your head forever as well. Now every time you hear Equilibrium, you're just going to hear Megatron. My equilibrium destabilized! It's freaking hilarious. How many stupid little things are stuck in my head? I'm gonna share it with you guys too, so you can really enjoy it. Here you go. There you go. Put that on loop for a little while. Just get it, let it burn into your brain. What's up, Baraka Play? Bow, 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 bow. Oh, Worldstone Keep. I don't even think we have anybody online to actually level up, though. Do it by myself. What am I up to gym for? Boop, boop, boop. When is the sign-up sheet going up? I mean, technically the sign-up sheet is already up, Xylor. I mean, people have already, like, retconned the BattleNet tag sheet into the sign-up sheet. So it's already technically the sign-up sheet. People are already putting their, like, character name and their class on there. I don't know, like, when that happened, but somebody decided to, like, edit it in and put in, like, softcore, hardcore. So we'll just use that as a sign-up sheet. That's fine. I mean, there's already 30 people on there, so... we do need a column for whether people are going to be here at launch. Boop. Wildstone Keep. Watch me get blasted in the face. Oh god. I mean, I said that, but I think I really am gonna get blasted in the face. So many juvies dropping on the ground. Holy Jesus. Just one man. I can only drink so many juvies at a time. many juvies. I like my juvies in my mouth to restore my HPs. I gotta admit, like, the mercenaries seem really cool. And I'm excited to choose my mercenary. And it's probably gonna be Subo, because Subo has probably the coolest effect out of all the mercenaries. And I don't think anybody can argue that fact. That mini-map thing that he can do looks absolutely insane. He has a like an innate effect that when you choose Subo as your main mercenary, he highlights like all of the clickables and like monsters and everything on the minimap, kind of like turning your minimap into like an ultra minimap with everything highlighted so you can see where everything is, which just looks absolutely insane. I saw like a brief clip of it during the campfire chat and I was so super impressed. I mean, I do think that some of the other mercenaries offer better, like, options, but that mini-map thing looks insane. I wonder if I can find, like, a little clip of it during the campfire chat. Let's see if I can find a little doojank of it. Of course. Stop being rude to me while I'm looking on the other screen. Fail.
So, this...
Let me see if I can find this real quick. Boop, 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 boop. It was when they were talking about the mercenaries, so that should be easy to find. I think it's about here. No, that's the time attack dungeons.
I think it's later on. Mercenary stuff.
Alright, here's the mercenary stuff right here. Let me see if I could find the little clip they have of Subo. Oh, it's like the coolest part. I mean, they go over, like, bartering and a bunch of other things. That's the Oldkin. There it is. Look at this craziness right here. Let me, you know, let me just, like, take a screenshot of it and I'll blow it up. It probably is going to look really terrible, but... Look at this mini-map and tell me that doesn't interest you. It's got, like, basically having Subo in your group, or in your party, allows you to see, like, all the monsters and all the clickables and, like, herbs and, like, chests and everything, like, all over the map. Like, basically populates the map with pretty much everything on it. It's really freaking cool looking. That's... I'm actually kind of excited about that. I mean, I don't even know if I want to use Subo as my main mercenary, but having this effect is really freaking cool. Especially if you're doing, like, farming, or you're trying to get herbs, or you're trying to, like, you know, do, like, a specific quest where the monsters are. It shows you where all the monsters are. It shows you where all the clickables are. It shows you where the freaking chests are. Like, freaking, it's really cool looking. I can't wait to see, like, just how much stuff it has on it, because, you know, we just got, like, this tiny little clip, so... Not exactly like we've got like the full Monty of details on it, but you know, just from this right here, it looks really cool. My mercenary must have been poisoned. That's so sad. He lived the entire time until I took the portal back down and then died right as we came back down into the thing. Poor guy. Like, he lived all that time. He was just waiting in town. Mala was right there. He could have like walked over and got himself healed. He didn't. Just waiting patiently in the wings.
I can't wait to try all the mercenaries out and see.
Oh yeah, there's gonna be favorites.
Yeah.
I imagine there's definitely gonna be favorites.
And their opportunity attacks, that's kind of interesting too.
Well, the opportunity attack thing looked really cool. They kind of convinced me when they showed off like the bone prison, and then they showed the Oldkin like fire thing like inside the bone prison, and it was like the exact size of the bone prison. So like the bone prison was just like filled with fire inside, and I thought that was like the coolest thing I'd seen.
What do you think about his kiss curse mechanic?
I mean, it looks interesting. I think people are going to be interested in it.
I like that vulnerable effect. Sometimes it's
makes the enemies vulnerable and makes you vulnerable at the same time.
Yeah, that's the part I don't know so much about.
You know,
sometimes it's hard. No, it's usually when I get one shot. But the Spiritborn has a passive node that's like total 15% less damage from vulnerable enemies.
I'm gonna die here. Can immune to physical everything, extra strong, stone skin, magic resistant, butthole monsters.
And they're honking you away.
Oh yeah, they got their frenzy up. Trying to keep my Merc alive. There we go, I got the main one down. Oh, there's 2 stone skins. Good thing I had all them juvies. Holy crap, that was a lot of stuff that I just burned there.
I can't carry it.
Oh, there's another one. There was 3 stone skins. Oh, no, that's the same one. He teleported away. Okay, never mind. He just teleported. He just teleported. Frost alarm, yeah.
Almost dead.
Is it a grandfather or a ruiner? I'm using Death Colossus sword, midi rocked. Three days, 22 hours, boys. 3 days, 22 hours. We're 1 day closer.
Working my way through the campaign again. It's actually kind of fun.
Oh, the campaign was really neat.
Yeah, when I did it was like right at the beginning, and I didn't understand, you know, who everybody was. So it's like I feel like I'm understanding it a lot better too.
Just remember, Anarius is so vain, he really does think the song is about him. He's so vain. You really think the song is about you, don't you? Anarius is so vain. That boy made a religion around himself. I don't think you can get much more vain than that. Placed himself as the god of the religion. Then when he came back down, like after getting like, you know, tortured by Mephisto, when he got out of hell and everything, and he came back to, you know, to Middle Earth. When he came back to Earth, first thing he did was restart up his religion. And it's not like he picked up the remnants of a religion that, you know, like used to exist, and that, like, you know, that, like he just kind of like sat back in the seat. No. So the religion that he created the first time, didn't exist anymore, because the entire events of what happened was basically rewound from time, and so the religion that he made never existed. Which means that when he came back after having been imprisoned by Mephisto, he didn't like sit back down in the seat and just like take over the religion again. No, he reformed it from scratch. Like made it again, like from scratch. He's like, yeah. He's like, you know, he's like, it worked last time, so let's set it up again. It's like you got that one friend who like always plays the same class in every game you play. He's like always the melee barbarian. Like, what class are you gonna be? Oh, melee barbarian. But there's no barbarian in the class. Don't worry, I'll figure it out.
My brother's like that. He always plays barbarian. He's a pretty good player. All those WoW guys.
Barbarian. Scurry. Ah. You know, sometimes the rolls are just aren't in your favor, Middy. At least death isn't too expensive. I mean, it's certainly not cheap, but it's not expensive either. It's not like you're rolling freaking infinities. It's not like you're rolling infinities.
Work a Bale. He's easier than
oh, this character demolishes.
And that Death Knight. Those Death Knights, whatever they're called.
Well, they were immune to physical. I was still killing them. Even with the immune to physical status, I was still burning through them.
You got crushing blow, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, I got 65% CB. I got 60% deadly strike, 10% open wounds. 350% damage to demons. This guy hits like a Mack truck. He basically gets like 22k like on his top end hits, like 22,000 physical damage. It's kind of insane. It's better damage than a grief. Like grief doesn't even come close to this build. I mean, I'm hitting for 367 to 731 damage. Grief would be, even if you had like a perfect grief, it would be something like 415 to like 470, and my bottom end is already 367, which is extremely close to the bottom end on grief, and my top end is basically almost double griefs, and I have like the worst death Colossus sword that you can get. It rolled like bottom freaking damage, and it's still better than grief in like every way. I'm half tempted to just like see if I can get like a perfect roll one on trade range, see if anybody has one. I'll offer him like whatever I got, just so I can have some fun before the season ends. Let's see what Colossus swords are up on there right now, just to check these. So I think we can do bases, right? Two-handed. Where's the death at? Death. Can we set the weapon type? I can't remember. We can set that base. Yeah, there we go. Colossus sword. Are there any Colossus swords up? Did I not choose it? Oh, there we go. I gotta hit done. There's only one up, 373. And he wants a jaw rune. 2 jaw runes. It's a superior 373. 373 is really close. I think the max roll on death is 385.
Where were you? 367?
Mine's 304.
Oh.
It's so bad. It's so bad. It's like the worst death I've ever rolled. It's so bad. It's just it's terrible. This guy's is like only a couple percentage off max. Unfortunately, he has it buy it now, and he's not accepting offers. I was going to offer him something worth more than that, but unfortunately, he does not have the ability to offer him anything. I was going to offer
Can you
him.
message?
I was going to offer him this, just to see if he would take it. 3+3 max, 19 AR, 7% magic find, small. I mean, I could always try and re-roll mine.
Can you really re-roll stats on a weapon?
You just gotta remove the runes, which destroys the runes and keeps the base, and then you can put new runes in it to re-roll the item.
Oh, I see. It's not the base item that's bad, it's the roll.
Yeah, so you just delete the runes out of it. It unfortunately deletes the runes, so the runes are gone.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I'm 4% from the worst roll that you can possibly ever get. So I'm pretty sure that I can end up with something better than 304 if I re-roll it. Watch me re-roll it and I get 301. Something even worse. I just don't have anything liquid right now to trade. Like, I don't have any, like, decent items that I can be like, hey, give me, like, a Vex and a Gull, and I'll, give you this. Like, everything I got is, like, I was worth way more than that. Like, the 319.7 is definitely worth way more than a Vex Gull. This 3% faster one walk, 313, is worth more than a Vex Gull. I got a 313.17, like, that's worth way more than a Vex Gull. Freaking, I got a bunch of, like, really good charms that are worth way more than that value.
Charms.
I don't have the patience. So many glomies.
Lightning absorb or something.
Yeah, die, punks. Nobody like you anyway. You see the monsters just get, like, wrecked. It's beautiful. You should see the optimal version of this build. I made, like, a 100% optimal creation of this, and it's just insane.
Oh.
This one is not optimal. It's like, good, and it does fairly well, but it can be so much better. Holy blooms, Batman. Can you guys stop wrecking me? Good Lord Jesus.
This is not looking good.
Yeah, Juvie's out the wing over here. Can I have some of my potions back, please?
You need that helmet and the belt that absorb lightning. I can't remember.
They got my merc. I mean, no freaking surprise there. No surprise there, freaking little trolls. What's up, Furniture Council? What kind of furniture are we counseling on? What kind of furniture? I don't know, things are going to get crazy build-wise. I mean, with the addition of Rune Words, the addition of Mercenaries, that little reinforcement ability, the new uniques, the new powers that they're adding, like, the whole combination. I feel like there's just a lot being added to the game, to the point where we're definitely going to be looking at just some crazy new build opportunities.
Yeah, I theory crafted a like procking whirlwind earthquake dust devil barb. Just trying to put anything that procs on it.
So they actually were very gentle with their nerf to the Lithrune, which I'm kind of surprised. You know, the one that was making all the AFK earthquake barbarians. So they nerfed the Lithrune, but they did it in such a gentle manner that it's still going to be perfectly viable to use. It just won't work for AFK barbarians. Like, you won't be able to just stand there and murder everything, but it's still going to be really powerful. They made it so that they just added a condition that you have to be attacking to get the effect. So you can get the effect while standing still, but you have to be attacking while standing still to get the effect, instead of just standing still. Which doesn't really effectively nerf anything. It just prevents you from being able to like AFK and get the effect, which is a good change.
Yeah, I thought the changes were good. I'm glad they took the power out of those 2 runes, because it's going to make it so you can take try other ones, the Warcry and the Petrify one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Gull Ohm Vexes? What are you trading me, Charlene? What do you got for me? You got me a reroll on my weapon? You got me as a reroll for my weapon? What are you dropping Istrums for? I just need a Vex and a Gull.
I can't carry anymore.
Dropping a bunch of stuff. All these runes.
Overburdened.
Put it in there. Put that one in there. Maybe I can find a better base. Let me just check and see if there's a better base online before I go re-rolling this one. Maybe I just maybe I have to go check for a better base. Somebody might have a 5-socket S 15% enhanced or something. That way, if I roll 300%, at least it'll be 315. Worst possible roll, but with a 15% enhanced base. Let's go. It's such a big difference on this weapon if you roll like the low numbers too, because it just makes such a huge impact on the damage output. Boop. Alright, let's see if we got Colossus Sword Ethereal. We need 5 sockets. I can't remember if it's socketed or max 5, min 5. And then we want to see if they got one with enhancement, because mine already has. Mine's already a plane. So, enhanced damage. I don't know, let's do like 10% for the min. Oh, nice. 14 hours ago, Pure Luck has a 5 sockets, 3 attack rating, 12% enhanced, with nice. That's a good two check. I'll offer one of those Omrins that Charlotte just gave to me and see if he accepts an Omrin.
I've got more runes if you want. I'm pretty much done for this season.
Yeah, me too. I'm just having fun messing around.
I've got a Sir and a Cham, and that's it.
I just offered him the thing and see if he responds. If he doesn't respond quickly, I mean, there's no point, so I'll just re-roll it in this one.
Oh.
What's the D4 trade?
Diablo trade. It's like Diablo.trade or something. It's really stupid. You would think it would be Diablo 4.trade, but it's Diablo.trade. Oh my god, why are you stop shocking me to death. Why are y'all so aggressive? Oh. 9% extra gold. That was terrible. There was so many gloams. I don't even know what the hell I'm doing with my life. Oh, I forgot to get my merc back. Or maybe I did get my merc back and he died again because there was like 10 trillion gloams. That's probably what happened, actually.
Yes, warrior.
Poor guy.
Salutations.
Freaking like walk through the portal and like there's like the Ghostbusters are standing there and there's like crossing the streams.
Don't cross the stream.
There's too many of me in the physicals on this level.
Those guys are
Ah, danger.
Yeah. Plague Fox the Unclean over here. There we go. Oh, never mind. We had the amp for a second. Oh, do you have an Umrin? I was thinking about putting a duress in this this beautiful plate that I found, but I don't have an Umrin laying around.
I don't know if I have one.
This armor I posted, I don't know if you saw it. I posted it a couple days ago. This beautiful, like, 15% enhanced ethereal superior Kraken shell. I was thinking I was thinking about putting a duress in there.
What is it before room?
I don't know. I probably got like some of the runes to upgrade to it. I've got fowls, I've got coes, I've got lems.
and cheat sheets right here.
I have full. I
got 2 pulls.
I have 4.
Yeah.
No,
You need 2 pulls.
I just need 1 pull then. I've already got 2, so I need 3.
Flawed diamond.
Flawed diamond. I do have a flawed diamond. There we go. No, it's not flawed diamond. Or is it only 2 pulls? Oh, it's only it's only 2. Okay.
Yeah, it's only 2 pulls.
I am overburdened.
Okay. Beep beep beep.
Burning runes. Burning runes.
Runes. I just want to see what it looks like. It's such a really good base. I bet you it's gonna turn out amazing. Provided I don't screw it up and accidentally put the wrong runes in.
It's I have PTSD from one of those.
Got triple check it like 17
Yeah,
times.
back and forth. Put my finger over every single one. Make sure it's in the right order.
I do the same thing. Triple check.
Okay, so it's shell. Thal. Whew. Wow, that's beautiful. 2,310 defense. Look at that beautiful thing.
The rest.
I'm gonna put that on my mercenary. Let's go.
I'll put that to good use.
He was using a shaft stop with a resistance jewel in it. Now he's got a fucking sick duress with crazy defense. Good lord, he goes from 5,000 defense to 11.1k defense.
I'm gonna give him a shout, see how much armor he gets.
You using a barb merc? Do you want like a sick barb merc base? I got a 3-socket conquest sword. F.
I'm using Garden and Joel. I need the 90 all res on him.
And I got an F cryptic sword too.
Oh, he's got double the last wish, my merc.
Double last wish, rich bastard.
Yep. I spent all my money on this character. Only one.
Oh god, extra fast ghosties. Save at me! They're so fast
No.
that I have amp.
Oh.
Dude, they bum rushed me. Did you see how fast they were? Holy Jesus. They were on me like white on rice.
Your damage must be quite high with my level 34 Mytora.
I got 14k damage times 2, which is 28,000. And that's not including my damage to demons. Alright, well, I'm not getting any response from this person in Asia, so...
Yeah, it's off time.
Usually if they don't respond within like 5-10 minutes, they're just not going to respond. That's usually been my experience. Either that or they respond like the next day. Do you still need the item? Like, no.
It's about 12 hour. When I was in China, it was 12-hour difference from here, from Kentucky. I remember calling my kids and telling them.
It's funny because sometimes the time difference lines up perfectly. It's like prime time and they're like, it's morning, they're waking up. Like loops back around. Alright, well if he doesn't get back to me by the time we kill Bear, I will, I'm just gonna go ahead and do it in this one. See if I can get a better roll. The best part of killing Bear is when you miss 55% of the time. I'm not sure what they were thinking when they made Bale. They're like, alright, we're going to make him the highest level monster in the game. Okay. It's going to be really hard to hit him. Alright. And then we're going to give him 55% block chance. Alright. And then we're going to just, like, put a really strict penalty on there so it, like, makes it even worse. And you should miss him even more than, like, how much you said this is going to miss him. Alright. Then we're going to troll the crap out of the melees and have him teleport all over the place. Alright. And then,
we're going to spawn his brother.
and we're going to have him steal your mana so that you constantly run out of mana and you can't use your main ability.
Oh, that's
okay. Check. Alright, check.
What are those frost things shooting out?
That's chilling armor. So chilling armor has a reprisal to ranged attacks. So whenever you get hit by a ranged attack, it shoots a projectile in response. It actually goes crazy depending on how many projectiles are being shot at you. It's kind of weird. If you ever fight Uber Iswal has a feedback loop that occasionally happens if you have like a chilling armor with like fortitude, and then he also has chilling armor for some reason. I don't know why they gave him chilling armor. But basically, your chilling armor will shoot projectiles at him, and his chilling armor will shoot projectiles back at you, and it gets like stuck in like a feedback loop of shooting chilling projectiles at each other. And you just like have like this constant stream of chilling armor projectiles coming out of him and coming out of you, going back to each other. It's pretty hilarious.
That's pretty hilarious. That is really funny.
Spiritborn, you mean Druid? I wouldn't compare the Spiritborn to the Druid. That's not a fair comparison, I feel like. The Spiritborn is pretty much a monk from D3, from everything that I've been able to figure out. If you've ever played the monk in D3, that's pretty much what he is. They did add, obviously, more mechanics than the monk in D3 has, which, you know, is arguable. Like, he's pretty much like the monk in D3 if the monk in D3 got a Mighty Morphin Power Bracelet and turned into one of the Power Rangers.
I like the monk in D3.
Exactly. And now he's got a Mighty Morphin Power Bracelet, okay? And you get to choose which color you are, right? You can...
I like that vortex spell. I don't remember what it was called in D3.
Alright, so I'm going to reroll the Colossus Sword since this guy's not getting back to me. Watch him get back to me as soon as I reroll it. It's like as soon as I press the button to remove the runes, he's gonna be like, "Do you need the base?" Alright, where's my hell rune? This hell rune. We need a single scroll of Town Portalis. Alright, what do you guys think? Am I gonna roll worse than 304?
You need to beat.
I bet you, with my luck, it's probably gonna be worse than 304. As much as Chunks claims I have streamer luck, I literally will roll the worst rolls for myself. When I rolled, what was it? My Breath of the Dying, my first Breath of the Dying. It was like the worst Breath of the Dying I'd ever seen. People like came to my video to watch me do the Breath of the Dying, and they're like, "Bro, that Breath of the Dying roll is tragic."
You remember the guy in chat who said you need to keep the item in your inventory to get the second one?
What do you mean?
I don't know. A couple of weeks ago, some guy. Oh, you always get the item after someone gave it to you.
Oh, like you.
And the guy was just. I don't know. That was ridiculous. But you need to take my death, put it in your inventory, and you're gonna get another good roll.
Oh yeah? Okay. Alright, let's do it then. Where the hell's my hell runes? Okay, there it is. Alright, so hell boop. There you go. First rune. L, I just picked up an L rune. There you go. L rune. Boop. Vex rune. Boop. Ort rune. Boop. And then we need a gull rune. 346. That's a hell of a lot better than what I had. That's like 42% better than what I was previously using. And now it's now it's 405 to 807. And I'm sitting at 12k without your might aura. Way better death. 15k now. Oh yeah, that's 30,000 a hit, basically, is what I'm doing at this point.
That's pretty nice damage. I wonder how many hits on Diablo.
Dude, Uber Diablo gets wrecked.
No, I mean regular Diablo.
Oh lord, Chippy Curse is back. Not the Chippy Curse. Anything but the Chippy. You passed the Chippy Curse on to Irene, by the way. Irene was trying to get a chipped topaz or something for like forever. Couldn't get a chipped topaz, save her life. It's like 10 hours went by, still couldn't get a Chippy Curse. Relief. Alright, I'm rolling to see if Xylor messes up his first build on a D20. Let's see what we get. Xylor rolled a 14. I think that probably means he's successful.
Good afternoon.
He gets like a +2 because he's got Leonarch as a friend. So that brings him up to like a 16. It's a nice Swirlstone keep level 2. Snakes. The little pygmy doll evil things. And just like the regular demon monsters. Nothing too fancy there. It's a nice one. No immune to physicals. Nothing really super dangerous. Well, actually, I take that back. Snakes can be super dangerous depending on the mods. I've been straight up smoked by snakes before. I don't know many people who haven't been smoked by snakes at some point or another. like freaking like extra strong, like mighted fanaticize, and they like one-shot charge you, and you're just like, oh, okay, all right, I see. That's how it is. Or you get like a full pack of them, like, or 2 packs of them, and they all bone spear you at the same time, and since it's magic damage, it just cuts right through your defense and kills you. You're like, all right, I see, coordinated bone spears. All right, that's kind of screwed up. All right, but you know, respect, I suppose. Ooh, a superior man catcher. What's that? Oh, that's beautiful. 1 socket, non-ethereal. Piece of garbage. Piece of garbage.
Put your Zod rune in it.
Dude, I still got that Zod rune too. I never did find my Bone Slayer blade.
I never
Kind of
found
upset
one.
about that. Is there one on Tradery? Like, I feel like I need to go check now that I mentioned it. Like, I need to at least, like, in my last ditch effort to see if I can find an ethereal Bone Slayer blade.
Every time I saw a unique Gothic axe, I ID it and
TP
never.
to town so Bale doesn't get you.
I don't know, you gotta stay here and tank it. You gotta just eat it. I mean, there's a couple up there. Like, I don't know if they have good rolls on them, but this guy wants a Vex Ohm. What the hell do these people want like such high prices for these things for? Like, I'm like the only one in the whole world that wants a dang thing. No, I'm gonna hold out for a better price. For who? For who's gonna offer you a better price? Who's buying these? Like, what? What's stock? Like, who's buying the stock of these? Like, what the hell's going on? I need to know. So some guy buying these, like, on the by the dozens or something. Like, what is he paying? Little do I know, there's like some guy I pissed off. Like, they figured out that I wanted them, and he's just like offering everybody jaw runes for every single one, so that they never give them to me. It's like his secret ultimate plan to drive me insane. Oh, a blue Archon player. Is it a J-Mod? No, it is not. Yo mama, yo daddy, yo greasy granty, yo auntie.
Every
God.
time I put my headset on, my cats are fighting.
Cats are fighting me without paying attention. Sounds like they're smart. They're like, oh, he's not paying attention. Who's the French person on chat? It's Charlemagne. Steph is in chat. He's from Canada, but he's French Canadian, I guess.
Yeah, I know.
So.
I know. I think he's from Saint Hyacinthe or something like that.
Steph said he wants to have a LAN party and you guys duct tape him to the ceiling. That's what he said.
Oh, Saint Therese.
Bon Bison.
Let me get back to the campaign. Talk to you guys later.
Oh, alright. It's kind of a cool thing to do to kind of clear out the campaign before the new campaign.
Yeah,
oh,
it's
wow,
a lot
that's
of fun.
nice. 3% faster unlock, 32 AR. Wow, that's beautiful. wonder how many people are burning through the campaign. I kind of wish they made a more difficult version of the campaign. I think that would be neat. Unfortunately, right now it's not really difficult to go through the campaign. It's more tedious than anything. Like, you know, like kind of skipping everything on the way. That's kind of what it felt like. As if you wanted to do the campaign and nothing else, you were just kind of skipping all of the the contents. Like any of the regular quests and anything that you'd be doing along the way, just kind of skipping over it. I like that 3% faster run walk. It's kind of nice. It's a good AMR on there. Oh, oh, dead ones. Oh yeah, I gotta push the screenshot of my glorious Doojank. A Doojank so glorious.
Duress.
There you go. There's the Doojank screenshot. That is a beautiful dress. Absolutely glorious.
If you...
What did my roll? I got 194 on the enhanced defense. What was the what's the enhanced defense on duress? Did I get like near max? It rolls as high as 200. It was a 15% base though, so I guess I didn't get like that great. 194 minus 15, so I got a 179 roll. That's not bad for 150 to 200. I mean, that's 20% or 21% off max. So it could go a little bit higher if you got a perfect roll.
Anything over 2,000 armor is pretty good.
Oh yeah. Easy beautiful, it's so pretty. Ow! Amp damage plus death lord's not good. Ow, my face. Oh, not my face. Anything but my face. What is the minimum character level to make Griffins drop from Terrorize Andy? Is it like level 83? Griffins is a TC 87 piece of equipment, so she needs to be level 87 or higher. So, whatever that is. What's the plus on the... I can't even remember. Terrorize is... God, it's been so long. Terrorize zones are +2. What is it? +2 of your player level. The unique monsters are +5. So 83, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's actually lower than what it needs to be, or higher than what it needs to be. 82. Your minimum would be 82 to have her drop it, because she counts as a unique monster, so she would be +5 of your player level, which means that you at 82 would be 5, 6, 7, so 87. So as long as you're at least level 82, Andy has a chance to drop Griffins. just charge you to death. You won't run away. I don't care. My charge does pretty good damage too. I got 10k charge. I ain't even put points in it. I probably should have.
Who wants a griffin?
Swamp Sapper.
Is he in the kinship?
I don't think so. Because in the kinship, you can just get random griffins handed to you. But, you know, since you're not in the kinship. Boo-hoo. Good. It'll probably arrive just in time for Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred. Chicken curse. I'm excited to try weird snacks. They're probably all weird. Weirdo snacks.
Oh, he sent you the snacks.
Yeah, he sent me weird snacks from weird Canadian land.
Oh, dick.
Thanks.
Hello.
Oh man, I think some people eat though. I don't even want to think about it. I don't even want to think about it. I ain't even gonna talk about it. Rude. Yep, the Twitch drops are going to be dope. There's going to be a bunch of Twitch drops. I do have those activated, by the way. So I am a Twitch drop channel. You can also do the support a streamer through me as well, if you guys are interested in that. If you want to get the horse. And the horse actually does look really cool, to be honest. Oh, I got my merc. Okay. Oh, punk. I'm gonna pull those up and see if they're active yet. I don't know if they're in the system. I can show them to you guys though, if they are in the system. You have to be watching. You do have to be watching on Twitch though, and let's see if they're on here. So these are the drops right here, and I don't know if they've added them to the list yet. I don't see them on here yet, but I'm sure they will pop up at some point.
So tomorrow the lucky streamers are going to release their videos.
Yeah, but it's like spoiler-free stuff. I don't know.
Good afternoon.
It's not. I don't really know what they're really gonna release that we haven't already seen. I mean, they gave us information on everything.
Can I help you?
During the campfire? Like, there's hardly anything that they left out. Maybe like some little tidbits here and there on like the skills on the Spiritborn that we haven't seen. I guess they're not allowed to release spoilers, so they can't release anything on Mephisto or like the campaign. The embargo has specific rules, so it's only the stuff that we really have already seen. I guess some more details than they gave with the campfire chat.
We'll see. Or not. Maybe I won't just bother.
Boy, look at Bale just dropped me. That has got to be the trollest Bale drop I've ever seen in my life. That boy just did a Duriel to me. He just straight up Duriel'd me.
Oh wow. More white than blues.
He dropped me 3 piles of gold, a scroll of town portal, arrows, and a unique claymore. A freaking soul flay. Dude, this is a trollish. I'm taking that Scroll Town portal too. It's mine. Freaking troll.
Bear is the worst.
I mean,
It
all
takes
that
so long.
time to get to him, and
Yep.
I sold my soul to Diablo 4 shorts. Oh, they sent him a Mephisto Soulstone. That's pretty cool. I've been looking at some of the reels and stuff. Eh. 1 minute till TZ change. Oh, hell no. Oh, wow, Chaos Sanctuary? Worldstone right into Chaos Sanctuary? It's crazy.
Mm.
It's like the dream.
We
living,
should
living
we
the
should-
dream over here.
It's just a bit too late for me in the season. And
Oh,
nobody's
I'm just online. Like, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna play Diablo 4 with the patch that has like nothing new in it, no mercenaries, no rune words. Still level 100 cap. Like, I just can't. Like, there's too many changes. I don't want to go back to the old version. I want the new version.
Yeah. The long, the waiting time.
You gonna join us in D4, Charlotte?
Nope, not yet.
Not yet.
I'm gonna wait a little bit. I'm a bit cheap. I don't want to pay a full price.
Do you already have Diablo 4?
Yes.
No, that's just $40.
Yeah, but I bought 2 more games not too long ago, so
I don't want it. So you're not gonna hang it out with us. That's cool. You know, no peer pressure or anything. It's not like we want you in the kinship to like hang out with or anything. It's not like we want to have you around to yell at and be like, "Why do you have 17 mythics on day 1?"
I mean, this season, the ladder start and SOG and Shaco doing Nightmare Veil runs. That was on a sorceress on top of it.
Charlotte and I are so lucky. If you played the Diablo 4 expansion, you'd probably have 6 Jaw runes on the first day. Like, I don't know what's happening, guys. I just got like 6 Jaw runes. Totally not lucky at all. Got like a necklace made out of rabbit's feet.
Made of cat's feet.
That's terrible. Why would you have cat's feet?
Because my cats are my lucky charms. That was a bit weird. In my French brain it sounded better, but now I realize it was not.
Free items, but you get abused? What do you get abused with? Who is abusing you? Who abused you, Digital Shaman? Who abused you? It was chunks, wasn't it? It's always chunks.
If Diablo 4 gets the cow level, I'm definitely gonna play.
I mean, they already data mined the D2R and the cow level stuff that's in there, so.
Yeah, but even before they had, it's been people the data mine very early. I mean, the key, the statue, the...
Yeah, but it was only one part of the puzzle. So, like, with the original, like, data mine information, it was only, like, a piece of the puzzle. It was the Wurtzlag, the Scroll of Tap Portal, and the Roger Cube piece, right?
Yeah.
And then the newest data mine shows that it also includes the Diablo 3 items, which is the Word Spell, the Bardache, and I can't remember. But it's including also the Diablo 3 stuff. So we were missing the entire time. We were missing the other part of the equation, which was the Diablo 3 items. So now that the Diablo 3 items are in the game, including the Diablo 2 items, like the two different ways that you can access the cow level, the assumption is that you need both of the buffs from both of the items to get to the cow level. And so once you have the other item and you get to the other hovel, it should take us into the cow level at this point. That's my assumption anyway. I don't think there's any other thing they can do. There was no cow level in Diablo 1, so there's no puzzle to add from D1. And then I don't know what else they could potentially do, unless they come up with a new puzzle specifically for D4. But why would they include the puzzles from D2 and D3 if they were going to make their own puzzle?
Good question.
My assumption is, just like with the Wurtzlag, the current one, which is where you kill the cows, you get the doojanks, you go into the hovel. Once you go into the hovel, you get the stamina potion. You're probably going to get into the second hovel for the D3 items, the same way you did the D2 ones, and then there's probably going to be another item that falls specifically from that boss, or that area, and then with the buff from both of the items, you probably access the cow level from there. Some people are thinking it's the well with the Ring of Misfortune, so the Ring of Misfortune might have something to do with it, because the Ring of Misfortune also gives you a buff. And you know how Diablo likes the whole 3 thing, you know, like the 3s, like so 3 buffs. I already have the Ring of Misfortune. I've already done it once before. I mean, I might have to redo all of the things again, but I mean, if we can get access to the cow level, I'm totally willing to redo the torture.
I'm so curious to see how they made the cows. Maybe they will look really badass. The most evil cows you ever seen.
Honestly, it's really hard to mess the cows up. I feel like it's one of the easiest things to do. You pretty much just, like, it's a quantity thing. Like, the whole, like, ridiculously large number of cows, the horde of cows, essentially. Like, so you just do a really large number of them. You have some elite ones in there, and then you have the cow king. You could even do, like, the cow queen, and, like, some other additions too. I mean, why stop at just the cow king? Let's throw in some more.
They need the cow princess.
Yeah, cow princesses and cow jester. I honestly thought that a really good way of doing it was they should have just like completely abandoned the cow level and went with a new design, which totally would have made sense, because you remember at the launch of D4 there was the There was the campaign with KFC. Remember they had the KFC campaign? And with with the KFC campaign, they could have easily done like a Colonel Sanders as the main boss, and they could have made the chicken level. And they could have tied it in with freaking KFC, or they could have even done like a partnership with like Chick-fil-A or something, and had like the cows carrying like "Eat More Chicken" signs, like bashing you over the head with the "Eat More Chicken" signs.
I don't think it was in Canada, so that's why I don't really remember. But I heard about people going to KFC to get keys for the game.
Yeah. Did I already kill Diablo, or like what the hell's going on? I guess I must have already smacked him in the booty cheeks, and I just totally like blacked it out from my mind. Blacked it out from my mind. Oh, no I didn't. The seal up here is not flicked. Ow! Fucking painful daisies.
I almost saw you die on stream.
Death couldn't save you from me. I swear some of the drops are just so troll.
Chippy. The Chippy curse is over.
Is it the right Chippy though? Chip, 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 chippy, chip, chip, chirper, chirper, chirp, 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 chirpy, chirp. Chippy, 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 chip. Man, Cody is just sawing wood. I was downstairs watching a like stupid TV show called Strong Girl Namsoon. I'm not sure if you guys have seen it. I kind of like got addicted to it because it's really good. I don't know how to explain the show. It's basically like a family of women where every woman in the family is like super duper strong for no apparent reason, and they can't figure out why. And the only way to lose the strength is apparently to do evil. So like if they use their powers for evil, their strength just fades away to nothing. But like it's about this one little girl who gets lost, and they're searching for her, and she doesn't know, she doesn't even know that her family is strong. She just thinks she's just abnormal, and she's like beaten up like a full-grown man at the beginning of the show. And the whole show is hilarious, and I freaking love it. It's kind of like she's a Superman, basically, but if Superman didn't know that he was Superman, it is just like trying to live a normal life and doesn't understand why he's so powerful. And also is a little girl. Not even just like a woman, but a Korean woman who is, you know, abnormally small for women's standards. Like she looks like she's all of like 4'5" or something like that. Scrawny arms, looks like she weighs absolutely nothing. I don't know what's so amusing about it, like seeing people walk up to her and like talk crap, and then she like flicks them on the forehead. They like fly backward and smack into the wall, and I just giggle. Like, yeah, get what you deserve. Totally got addicted to the show. If you guys haven't seen it, it's a fun little show to watch. It's called Strong Girl Namsoon. Strong Girl Namsoon. There it is. It's a Korean show. I don't know why I always end up watching the Korean shows. They're always so freaking ridiculous.
Is it subbed or dubbed?
It's dubbed. I'm pretty sure you could watch it sub too, but it is dubbed. It's on Netflix. It says limited series or something. I don't know what that means.
I'm gonna put it on the list.
It's a Death Colossus sword. Ah! Amp damage hurts. Stop amping me! Oh, I see. You're cursed. That's why I'm getting amped so much. I was like, that seems abnormally high. Yeah, the show just cracks me up. At one point, the guy, the main male, like, romance interest falls down and hurts himself, and he can't walk. And she picks him up and carries him like a little girl. And he's like so freaking embarrassed, and I'm just giggling. I don't know why it's so funny to me. It just is. The look on his face as he's being carried is just I just can't.
It's like in the Hobbit when Galadriel picks up Gandalf.
When who picks up who?
Galadriel picks up Gandalf in the Hobbit just before they see Sauron come back. She picks him up like nothing.
I mean, Galadriel is like a really, really old elf. I mean, who knows? She might be super powerful.
The elves are stronger than men, so yeah, she
Well, I don't know if the elves are stronger than men. More so that the men that we currently have are not very strong. She might not be stronger than the men of Numenor.
Probably not. But,
so the original men were really freaking strong, like fighting dragons kind of level strong. Like one-on-one dragons and like one-on-one Balrogs and stuff like that. It's kind of weird, like just how powerful men were and then kind of like degraded into nothingness.
a bit like the Diablo story, the Nephilims and lost their powers. Same thing. Everything comes back to Lord of the Rings.
I don't know. There's even just the Men of Numenor. Like if you look up the Men of Numenor, which has like a really like refined lineage because they're all like dying out at that point. Like the only ones left essentially are, you know, freaking. I think technically the stewards are like descendants of Numenorians, but they're not like purebloods. And then of course Aragorn is still mostly Numenorian, although he's not completely Numenorian. But there's like very few of the new like pure Numenorians left at that point.
Yeah, so are the new elves. They are all mixed, just like in real life. There's no pure blood. Tolkien made sure of that. Only the very old ones are pure blood, or that everyone gets. How do you say that when you're mixed blood? I don't remember.
So Numenorians were just or Dunedain were the men of Numenor, descendants of Edain of the First Age. So Edain was like the first human or something like that. Edain were a group of noblemen who fought with the elves in the wars of Beleriand during the first age of J.R.R. Tolkien. Hero Hurin is considered the greatest warrior of Edain and men of Middle-earth. So Hurin is the greatest warrior of men, which makes sense because Elrond is apparently related to Hurin. I wonder if there's like a tale of his deeds. Yeah, Morgoth apparently hated Hurin, by the way, like with a passion to the point of absurdity, and like went after Hurin and his family, like with the most devious and nasty curses that you could ever imagine. He really, really did not like Hurin. He did not like him at all. Here's more what Morgoth had to say about Hurin. Just as this is a quote from the book. He said, "But upon all whom you love, my thought shall weigh as a cloud of doom, and it shall bring them down into darkness and despair. Wherever they go, evil shall arise. Whenever they speak, their words shall bring ill counsel. Whatsoever they do shall turn against them. They shall die without hope, cursing both life and death." That's some pretty strong words from Morgoth there. The biggest evil in all the land, and he kept up his word too. Like, he was just absolutely brutal, to the children of Hurin. Yes, apparently when you're half-blood or half-elf, you can basically choose to become an elf or not, which is really weird. You're just like, do you want to be a human or do you want to be an elf? And it's like, I'm going to be an elf. And then you're just an elf from that point. Anybody who has half-elven blood apparently just gets to choose whether or not they want to be elf or not.
Yeah, I think because only the elves have access to the island of the Valar, so if they want to be an elf, they can go to the island of the Valar and be immortal. And if they want to be mortal, well, they stay in Middle-earth. I think that's what I remember from the books.
The location of Gondolin remained a secret, but for the men of Dor Lumen, this was their last stand, for they would not forsake the Northlands and were slaughtered by the hosts of Morgoth. By the fen of Serek, Huor was slain by an arrow through the eye, but Hurin remained steadfast, crying Or Entulava for each foe he slew with his axe. 70 times in all he fought until he was buried under the weight of bodies of his enemies. Then Gothmog bound him and dragged him toward Angband. Hurin was brought before Morgoth, for he had learnt from his spies that Hurin was friends with Turgon and was tortured for the secret of Gondolin's location. When he would not break, Morgoth cursed him and all his kin. The Dark Lord then chained Hurin to a chair high on the slopes of Thangorondrim, where through Morgoth's sorcery he could watch the tragedies that would befall his family. However, Morgoth concealed much of Turin's deeds, and what Hurin saw was contorted lies mixed with the truth. For 28 years, Hurin watched the curse come upon the Turin and Nienor, his daughter, born shortly after his capture, and to those that they encounter. For instance, Turin's actions led to the destruction of Nargothrond, one of the last kingdoms of Noldor. Now only Gondolin remained. After the death of his children, Morgoth released Hurin, where he hoped he could further his malice. The broken man first returned to Hithalum, which was now ruled by Easterlings. Finding none of his kin, he traveled with outlaws to the mountain of Ekthoriath, searching for the entrance to Gondolin. At first Turgon refused him, but later recanted and sent eagles to bring him to Gondolin. Hurin had already left for the forest of Brethil, but Morgoth's curse had already ensnared Gondolin, for the Dark Lord spies now knew the general location of the hidden kingdom. That's kind of crazy, though. Like, they sent so many orcs after him. Dude just sat there slaying them, crying out after each foe he slew. 70 times in all he fought until he was buried under the weight of bodies of his enemies. just continually slaying the enemies. Like, there's no end. He's just like, look. He's like, I didn't lose. He goes, but I couldn't really move because I was kind of like completely covered in orcs. Like, their dead bodies just kind of hampered me at some point. You know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of the Futurama quote. Do you remember Zap Brannigan in Futurama?
Nope.
So in Futurama, Zap Brannigan is this like really pompous general who like doesn't know what he's doing, and he got his position, I don't even know how, like through quirk of fate. And at one point or another, there's like these killbots, and apparently the killbots are just murdering humans left and right. And nobody knows how to beat the killbots because they're all nigh invincible. And he retells his tale of how he destroyed the killbots. And his tale is basically thus. He says, ah, yes, and the killbots. He goes, I was the one who destroyed the killbots on Tau City 8. And he goes, I sent wave after wave of men at the killbots until they reached their pre-programmed kill limit, and they shut down on their own.
Okay.
He basically just sacrificed millions of men to the robots until they reached their pre-programmed kill limits and shut down on their own. Which is like exactly what happened to Hurin. He's literally killing orcs, and he's killing so many of them that he just reaches a point to where he just can't kill anymore. And he's just completely covered in bodies until he shuts down.
Oh no, that's not what? No, never mind. I thought in the movie 300 they fought, but it's a wall of bodies, not.
Oh, in 300, it was millions they were fighting.
Yeah.
They actually won that war from attrition. They held them so long that they were running out of food because there were so many people to feed. They couldn't get in to sack the city. The king was kind of counting on the whole, like, you know, sacking the city and feeding his army kind of a deal. And in the movie, in the 300 story, like, that's basically what happens, is they get stuck out there for so long. It didn't even matter that they got in, because by the time they got in, there were so many people, like, starving to death and had died from just, like, not being able to eat. Because it took them so long to get in that, like, it was a victory even though they lost.
They could not hold the city.
They just didn't have the supplies to like maintain that kind of an army. And the choke point made it so that the size of their army was useless because they could only fit a certain number of people in the valley at a time.
Yeah, I never read the real story. I just saw the movie.
Oh, the real story is crazy. They basically fought naked. Straight up, not even joking. They fought naked. It was like they had I think it was they had sword, they had a shield, and they were naked. And I remember reading the story as a I was like 15 or 16 when I read the story. It was part of like a package of like mythology that you were supposed to read. Like it was in the mythology section because it's like part of Greece, and like the gods and what like that. But like at 300, I think the 300 story actually happens. I think so anyway. But basically in the story it talks about them being naked, and I'm like, wait a minute. I was like, these guys literally were fighting off an entire army, but like, and their bojangles was just bouncing around while they was fighting. Like you got stomped on by people not even wearing any armor. What is this? A Dark Souls challenge?
Oh, there's a wall with the sculpture and they look naked. It's a scene from Memorial at Démophilé. I don't know where in the world, but they look naked. I'm gonna post it on Discord. Hello.
Oh, I'm still here.
No, someone joined then.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
What's up, Killjoy?
Hey.
Hey, Killjoy.
Y'all just waiting in this waiting room until the game drops
Pretty
next
much.
week?
I mean that's why I have the waiting room up so that people can join. Talk about D4.
Sounds good.
Are you not entertained?
I mean, it's kind of unfair to ask that right now, isn't it?
Are you
Game
not
drops next week.
entertained?
About a week early, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm taking next week off. I'll be good. I'm gonna do the all-nighter. Probably 2 all-nighters.
Oh, we gonna play.
We go have so much fun.
You getting your wrist brace and your ibuprofen and
Exactly. How did
Good
you
luck,
know?
fellow.
your monsters.
I actually do that. Unless I told you that.
You did.
Okay, yeah. Yep, I get my ibuprofen ready. I get my snacks ready.
Yeah. Serious gaming time.
I get all my chores done in advance.
Say goodbye to the wife and the kids.
Yep.
They're in the same house, yet he still says goodbye.
How do you take care of the kids while I'm gone? I'm gonna miss you. I don't know. It's not like they had, you know, guns or anything. Like, I feel like the Persians probably could have won that just by sacrificing people. No matter how good the Spartan army was.
Yeah, but
Like,
I'm
they could have rigged up some stuff. Like, I think they could have rigged up some things. Like, they could have just like tied the one person in like to next to the other, and they could have just like tied all the soldiers together in a line, and they could have just had like, you know, the soldiers just constantly pushing each other. So every soldier was pushing the soldier in front of it, not even actually fighting, but they could have just like had like a immovable wall of like slow advance of just like pushing with like shields tied to the front of the dead soldier like just pushing the dead soldier like forward, and they could have just slowly crept forward until they got out of the choke point. I mean, at some point or another, if you did it like that, you would just have, you know, you would have forward movement with millions of people behind you just pushing. I mean, there's no way that you would be able to stall out if you have enough force just pushing forward. No amount of stabbing on their part is going to be able to breach through, you know, like 6 or 7 dead people in the front line.
Hey guys, I'm hopping channels, but I'll be back.
Okay.
Thanks.
I'm going to start black holing people into the channel. It's like anybody that's online gets like black holed in. I'm like, what's up, person? Yeah, and the willingness to die, that's right. Hey, they're Persians. I'm sure they had some slaves. I mean, let's be perfectly honest. Okay? There was a lot of slaves in Persia, Babylon, like the whole 9 yards.
Nobody's playing hardcore to pull out of the chat.
There's actually a whole Bible verse about like Babylon during that time period, and like Babylon was like just a horrible frickin' nation, and everybody hated them because they had like tons of slaves, and they were just the nastiest people ever. And there's like a whole verse that talks about like bashing babies on rocks and a whole bunch of other stuff, and it's talking about the downfall of Babylon and like literally what happened to them because of how terrible they were. And it wasn't what like God did to them. It was literally just like all the nations around them hated them so much that eventually they just all rose up, and the term they used was righteous indignation, which is basically where somebody's so mean to you, they're so bad, they're so evil that like everybody just rises up and they're just like, enough. And they just destroyed the crap out of Babylon. So I'm sure that Persia had some slaves at that particular point. Yeah, some giblin toes. Kind of late in the season for some giblin toes.
Yeah.
Giblin toes, giblin toes.
I'm not keeping anything. Not anymore.
You can't make me. Op 2010 Annie just dropped. Put it on the ground, Charlene. Walk away, you said you're not keeping anything.
Yep. Even if it's perfect, I'm sure I've got perfect stuff, non-ladder, and all the stuff is going non-ladder.
I need to actually take some time and organize my non-ladder characters. Figure out what I want to keep and what I don't want to keep. I probably need to get a second account, to be honest.
Yeah, at some point you have to. If you never delete one character,
Honk. Fuck.
I don't think I'm going to delete my barbarian though.
How I usually do it is I just delete the characters I'm going to remake. So if I plan on remaking that character, then I delete that character. So like, if I have like a, you know, pyromancer, well then I just take the gear off of him, I delete the pyromancer, make a new pyromancer, and then when the ladder goes, you know, when my ladder character goes back to non-ladder, I just take the gear that I had for my pyromancer, the new gear that I got from my pyromancer, combine them together, and then I have an even better pyromancer than I had before.
You don't even play non-ladder.
I use my non-ladder characters all the time for videos and things like that. So it's, for me, it's a whole different thing. Do I actually play the characters? No. But do I show them off and like use them as reference material for videos and like things like that? Yes.
So you could get a second account for playing, and the other one is for the job. And you can put it on your tax return. My Diablo 2 account is part of my job. I don't know if it will pass.
Grand Visor of Chaos.
A blue spider web sash. Boo hoo. Chop chop. Chop chop.
Alright, I'm gonna go get ready for bed.
Alright, Charlotte.
Good night.
Chop 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 chop. We start doing some theory crafts for D4. I mean, I already theory crafted one character, but aha, chop chop chop. That's right, punks.
Mr. Goody Two Shoes, Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Ginger Evil Mentor here. Why bother farming when you can go to MMOEXP.com and simply purchase your items in gold? GGM would have you farm the items. What a pathetic being. Use code GEM Ginger Evil Mentor for 6% off your entire purchase. And don't tell Ginger Gaming Mentor that I was here.
Hail to you, champion.
Have I done a video on what amulets and rings go with what classes and builds? I'm not sure what you mean. What do you, what are you referring to? I miss him so much. Like, I just miss over and over and over again. But when I do hit him, it's like massive, ridiculous damage. Massive, massive. Massive. I'm waiting for that bird rune to drop. Look here, Ash White Slayer. I don't like you. Hellforge Blade. Check that, it could be James. In the survey says... Nope. What crafted gear like caster amulets is really popular? So, depending on your build and what you need for your character, like crafted amulets and crafted rings are really just like an additional stat. So for the caster amulets, the reason why people like them is because you can get 20% faster cast, which if your character needs faster cast, then it can be very powerful, but if your character doesn't need faster cast, it's not really going to be all that amazing. If you're building for maximum block, the safety amulet is a really nice choice. It gives you up to 10% increased block chance, which can lower your dexterity requirements, which also in turn means that you can put more points into vitality and you get more HP, which is nice. The North Star Smiter really likes having access to a beautiful plus 10% block amulet. The Blood Amulet is really nice because it has faster block on it. A lot of people like making the Blood Ring for a similar reason, is because it has more life leech on it, so you can get some really good dual leechers going with Blood Rings. There's actually some really good Blood Ring crafts that you can get. Usually get something like dual leech with AR. There's also like battle caster versions, which is like dual leech AR, and it also has like 10% faster cast, which is those are kind of fun if you're doing like a battle caster. Die. Dead, dead, die, 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 dead, die, 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 die. Oh god, I am so dead. Scary. Banana put plus frickin' curse story. No thank you. No, I thank you. I do not like. I got for these stupid Oblivion fights that just like randomly curse you with weaken and overwrite the amp. It's so glorious. Like, oh, you're amped? Let me fix that for you. It'd give you the curse that nobody cares about. Yeah. Nasty. Poor mercenary got sucked into the Oblivion Gate.
Not even death can save you from me.
Speaking of Oblivion Gates, they sucked in Oblivion. I liked Oblivion, don't get me wrong. I thought it was a decent game. It wasn't no Skyrim. It was okay. But those Oblivion gates sucked. They were not fun content. I don't know what they were, to be perfectly honest. I still to this day don't really quite understand what the hell the Oblivion gates were actually supposed to be. Like, when you went in there, it was like the same exact thing every single time. It was like a weird little like Dremora area, lava everywhere, weird monsters. Like most of the time, I ended up just running around in circles, looting stuff and killing Dremoras. Never felt all that like amazing. Ethereal dust shroud. He. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Summon Necro doesn't really need faster cast, so you don't normally build block chance on them either. I mean, it really depends. I guess Summon Necro specifically. I mean, FCR can be handy-ish. If you're using an Enigma for teleportation, it can be like mildly useful. So having a little bit of faster cast isn't like a terrible idea, but it's not like make or break. It really depends on how much faster cast you've got on your character so far. Honestly, most of the time on my Necromancer, I don't bother with FCR, so unless I'm doing like a Bone Spear or Bone Spirit Necromancer, at that point FCR does matter. FCR doesn't matter for Poison Nova, FCR doesn't matter for summoning. Some people use high FCR for like Corpse Explosion, but I just don't really see the purpose in it. Like, it feels like Corpse Explosion is kills fast enough without high faster cast rate. I mean, having a little bit of FCR is definitely not a terrible thing, hitting like some of the higher breakpoints, but I wouldn't like go crazy with it. I mean, you know how it is. A little bit goes a long way when it comes to the FCR breakpoints, because you can get like several FCR breakpoints with just a small amount of faster cast, and then to hit like the higher breakpoints, it takes a really large amount of faster cast to hit those higher breakpoints. So at that point, like, it's not really worth the investment for you. I mean, FCR does help when, you know, you're like summoning your army. So like when you're out there trying to suck up all the corpses to like summon your army, it does help for recasting your army. But honestly, once your army's up, you really just don't care anymore. Which is normally the case. Amethyst. Nice. Oh, he's dead. Haha. How much AR am I rocking now? 18k? Could be plenty to hit any of these guys. +3 energy shield, +3 teleport. The hell is that? It's worth money. I know that. It's worth some doll hairs. That's what it's worth. It's worth some doll hairs. Some doll hairs for me. Put some doll hairs in the bank, you see, and they came out with more money, 'cause I got doll hairs. Doll hairs for me. I got some doll hairs. So many doll hairs. I got all the doll hairs just for me, and I'm gonna keep all my doll hairs for me. You don't get none. No, no, damn, you don't get none. No, no, damn. Chop, 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 chop. A flawless out of the bed. What's up, punks? Chop, 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 chop. Come a little closer and get all chopped. I don't care what you're saying, 'cause I chop, chops, and I chop at everything. It's all up in my range. I'm gonna learn to see some more to teach you some manners. It didn't rhyme, but that's what he's getting taught. He's getting taught manners. Tuesday morning. I mean, it's a late start for me too at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard. 7 p.m. might as well be frickin' 12 midnight for all I'm concerned. Because as soon as I start playing, I'm probably not gonna stop playing for 12 plus hours. So 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 9 to 10, then 11 to 12. So 5 hours in, it's gonna be midnight. That's like nothing for me. Like most of the time, my streams last way more than 4 or 5 hours, unless there's like some other thing that I've got to do. So it'll be morning before I finish, bare minimum. Probably just go take a nap and get right back to it. Gotta take a nap. Gonna take a nap. Gonna take a nice little itty bitty bitty nap. Gonna take a little nap. Gonna take a little nap. Ooh, an amulet from Diablo. What beauty have you bestowed upon me? Anoka's in relic. Thank you, Diablo. I couldn't have done it without you, my friend. Come together right now for Anoka's in relic. Womp 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 womp. Womp 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 womp. Womp 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 womp. The Nokazin Pellic. It's so rude. Why Diablo gotta do me dirty like that? TZ Diablo drops me an amulet and that jank just garbage. He was giggling when he dropped it too. I seen him was giggling. He was like, "Here, man, it's a unique amulet." Oh, it's unique, all right. He fell for it. That's like when you walk up to your friend and you hold your hand closed like this, and you're like, "Here, man, here, take it," and they take it from you, and it's just like a balled up piece of trash that you rolled in your hand, and then they throw it back at your face because you're a jerk. No, Ginger doesn't do that thinking about builds. What? What do you mean I don't do that? Of course I think about builds. Been thinking about builds ever since I got to thinking about lots of builds. I've been building builds in my building builder. With extra builds on top of my builds, and I've been playing with builds. Worst longbow ever. Are you just dropping me like just the worst garbage? I swear Diablo just trolled me. He just straight up trolled me. That's what he did. Just straight up trolled me with the power of like the sun. Stony Fields? Oh, Tristram? Yuck. Ooey. Ew. Ew, ew. I don't like it. Poopies. I don't really want to do Tristram. Might be time to switch over to some theory crafts. I think that might be a good segue into some theory crafting. Bunch of declones on softcore non-ladder. I guess I could go kill them for fun. Don't really need any declones on softcore non-ladder. Other than going over there just to slap them down for no reason, I mean, I don't really... It's not really important to me. I guess this isn't really important either, since ladder is pretty much over at this point, but... Still need your 2020. Stop pressing things. I said no. Ba 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 ba. Ba ba ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba ba. Honk, 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 honk. Man, dog's just knocked out. Like he had the hardest day ever. Like he just came home from a 12-hour shift of work, and he just can't exist no more. Like he's just out back there. Poor guy. He worked so hard. God knows he worked so hard. Him's the hardest working dog. It's gotta be torture. Like being a dog sometimes. I was actually thinking about this one day. Have you ever had a situation where you are looking after something? I don't know, like a baby, or maybe you have like a little pet animal that you're trying to take care of, and you gotta wake up every little while to like make sure they're okay and they're not like starving or dying or whatever, right? And so like there's just like constant need to get up and ensure that everything is going okay, right? So like you can never really get restful sleep because you're constantly waking up all the time, right? Well, like, and it's not really that the dog is doing that, but like dogs tend to wake up at like just the tiniest little crinkle of a bag, or like a chip, or somebody's eating a chip, or like any food being crinkled at any point. Like, so they just don't really tend to get very good sleep, very good quality sleep, but they're always sleeping. And like so somebody crinkles a bag and they immediately wake up and they're like, oh, my leg's next. And so they probably get like really bad quality sleep because they're constantly waking up to like every single crinkle of a bag, and like anybody eating anything, you know? Probably like the smells of food as well. Random sounds outside. Constantly on alert. Wake up from dead sleep and they're like Does he still play with his ball thrower? He picks up the ball thrower and carries it around, Charles. I don't know what's wrong with him. His brain is wired weird. He understands that the ball thrower is throwing the ball. He understands that putting the ball in the ball thrower makes the ball thrower work. He gets upset that the ball thrower is throwing the ball. He then picks up the ball thrower and carries the ball thrower around in triumph that he has now succeeded in whatever task he has in his brain that he was supposed to succeed in. I don't understand. He's got some sort of like mouth fixation. He always has to have something in his mouth. Pillows, toys, like whatever, like the whole ball thrower. I don't get it. And he has to have something, be carrying something around. As soon as he gets excited, he literally runs around the room looking for something to pick up. And if he can't find one of his toys to pick up, or one of his pillows to pick up, he'll pick up your pillow, or he'll pick up like the whole couch cushion, or like something just absolutely ridiculous, like the whole ball thrower, and then he picks that up and then carries that around. I saw like a similar dog. It was like a video. It was like dog. This is similar. What's just Chloe? There it is. Like, this is basically what he does all the time. He gets so excited, he has to pick up a pillow. He then walks around with said pillow around the house. Like, I don't even understand. What the hell happened to my video? Play the video, you turd. Just picks up a pillow and then walks around the house with a pillow. Tail wagging, butt wiggling. Like, everywhere he goes. And if he doesn't have a pillow, he picks up something else. He'll pick up, like, just the craziest things. Just anything that he can pick up and put in his mouth, he will pick it up, put it in his mouth. One time he, like, picked up the whole trash can. I don't even understand. Like, he gets so excited, he just runs around the house looking for something to pick up. And if he can't find it, he, like, panics and, like, picks up something crazy. I'll be surprised one day he doesn't, like, pick up a cat and, like, carry the cat into the room. Like, just, like, wiggling. I mean, he already picked up 2 possums. Did the same thing with the possums. He would totally pick up the bomb and bring it over to me with his butt wiggling. Straight up out of Looney Tunes. Wasn't there actually a Looney Tunes where literally, like, I think the character throws a dynamite stick and the dog brings it back? Bom, 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 bom. Is this it right here? I think it is. Bum, 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 bum. I'm looking for the silliest stuff right now. Apparently this was in a 1937 comic called Rover's Trial. Rover's Rival.
Unfortunately, I don't think I can't find any animated Doojanks of it. Just clips, snippets. Snippets. I hate it when I search for animated GIF and nothing that pops up is an animated GIF. Like, not a single one of the images, not even one of the images is animated. Not a single one. Like, thank you for not giving me what I wanted. I appreciate it. It's not like I just searched for animated GIF or anything. Oh, you wanted animated GIFs. Okay, let me see what I can pull up. Proceeds to pull up not a single animated GIF. That was the smallest Tristram ever. What, I get like the least number of elites? It's poopy. Poopy. Poo-poo, poo-poo, poo-poo. Charge. Charge, 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 charge. Give me a Arcanishu. Oh, he dropped me a blue Shaco. Arcanishu is one of the best Shaco droppers too. So close to getting the right color Shaco. The golden Shaco. The golden Shaco, the green condom.
I am over
Wireface. Saintly Wireface, not what I was looking for. Chomp chomp. Chomp chomp.
Is the portal boss part of D4 Season 6, or is it was it a systemic change? I can't remember. They said that they were going to spawn not in the, if I remember correctly, they were talking about them spawning outside of the seasonal area, or the expansion area. They were going to be like in the regular zone, but they also said that there would be another one that would spawn more often in this expansion zone. So I guess maybe they have ones in the non-expansion zone, but less, so you can't take advantage of them as often in the non-expansion game. I don't know if they specifically said that they were going to be expansion only. But they did specify that there were going to be specific spawns of it in the expansion area that were going to be kind of separate. Some M&Ms. Let's see, yeah. So throughout D2R, the continent home to the 5 regions of Diablo 4's base game, a Realm Walker will spawn in a region every 15 minutes, rotating locations each time. Once an hour, Realm Walker will appear in Nahatu, in addition to being somewhere else in D2R. So that's what I'm saying. It seems like it's both. I don't really specify. There was like a little checklist thing here. There you go. This is the checklist thing right here. Need some snacks. Snacks! I got some mixed nuts. Do I think the changes to the pit are better? Yeah. It's more fun to run the pit now because you actually have an actual purpose to run the pit. Felt like before you were getting basically nothing for running the pit and it sucked. Now it feels less like you're getting nothing for running the pit. And the nightmare dungeons feel better too because, like, to put it simply, the pit is a mad dash to the end to kill the boss and get your reward. Because nothing in the pit drops any items, so you don't want to kill anything more than what you have to. The nightmare dungeons are like content that you actually want to kill things in because the monsters actually drop loot and there's cool events and other things and goblins and like butchers and stuff in there, right? So when you compare the two, they kind of had like the opposite goal of each other. Like nightmare dungeons had the Glyphy XP at the end. So people were like mad dash running to the end of the nightmare dungeons, which was silly because it was actually fun to do the nightmare dungeons. The pits, on the other hand, which was the mad dash to the end, was giving materials, which wasn't giving enough, and it was like silly because you were mad dashing to the end for basically nothing. So they swapped the glyph, which is the mad dash to the mad dash dungeon, which makes a lot of sense. And they swapped the materials to the nightmare dungeons, which makes a lot of sense too, because now you actually spend time doing the mechanics and having fun with the events and things inside the nightmare dungeon, and you're rewarded for it by getting materials. It's a good change overall. Very, very good change overall. Cody, did you hear me eating snackums and you just got jealous? Cody using snackums. What kind of snackums do you like? Hmm? Can you get me your squeakums? Give me your squeakums. Go give me your squeakums. Where you squeakums? Go give me your squeakums. You didn't bring me nothing. Alright, Cody, I'm gonna roll for snacks. Alright, we're rolling for snacks. If you get above a 10, you get a snackum. If you get below a 10, you get no snackum. If you get a nat 20, you get 2 snackums. Alright? Those are the rules. You ready? Alright, we rolling it. Let's see what you get. Oh no, you rolled a 9. Poor buddy. No snackums for you. He's rolled a 9. Just rolled a 9. Sorries. He's this bullcrap. I don't like you. I'm gonna chew you up. Rolling for snackums. He said, I don't even know what that is. It looks like a snackum. Maybe I eat that. And I poop out a dice. You want to poop out a dice? Huh? You want to poop out a dice? You probably will poop out a dice, too. You don't chew nothing anyway. Just swallow everything whole like a duck. You ever seen that video where the dog eats the whole burrito in one bite? Doesn't even taste the innards of the burrito, just eats the whole burrito. That's pretty much my dog. Like, he just don't chew nothing ever. I don't even know how he tastes anything. Yeah, this one right here. You ready? Look. This is literally my dog. This is what he does.
This is Bubba, and this is a bean burrito from Taco Bell. Let's see if Bubba wants a bean burrito. Gonna get it? Gone. Good boy, Bubba. Gonna get it? Gone. Gone. Gone.
Who needs to chew stuff? Who's chewing? Nobody chews. What are teeth for? Why do I even have teeth? Says the dog. Why do I even have teeth? Teeth are useless. Okay, we just swallow things whole. Who needs to chew things? Chewing is for losers. You chew your food, loser. Cody said, this BS. I want to re-roll. Alright, Cody, am I going to re-roll for Snackums again? Cody, am I supposed to do a re-roll? You want me to do a re-roll? You'd say BS, you didn't see the roll. You want me to do a re-roll? Okay, we're going to do a re-roll. You ready? Okay. Oh, you got a nat 20. He got a nat 20, boys. You got a nat 20. That means 2 Snackums. Are you ready? Okay, he's get 1 Cash'em. There's 1 Cash'em there. And he's also get an almonds. There you go. Rolled a nat 20. Sucker. That's the second nat 20 you've rolled today. 1 more and you go to jail. Okay? You go to jail. He said, what? The BS. 1 socket Archon. 1 socket Archon. Roll for Snackums. I should roll for a giveaway in YouTube chat. I know I don't have my best equipment, so I don't have my max IAS breakpoint. If I go through a treachery on instead of fortitude, I can get it. You'll see a big difference between treachery and fortitude. Unfortunately, I also lose my defense, but this is my max IAS breakpoint with treachery. Very fast. mean, I could always swap back and forth between the two armors. Alright, let's roll for a giveaway in chat. I'm gonna do a weird giveaway today. I don't even know how this works. It's gonna be a first come, first serve giveaway. Alright, above 10 is a giveaway. Below 10 is no giveaway. Nat 20 is 2 giveaways. We're shuffling. Every day we shuffling. Holy Jesus, you guys suck. I rolled a nat 1. You guys get -1 giveaways. You guys got to give me something. That's how badly the roll turned out. Nat 1 is such a terrible roll that not only do you not get a giveaway, but you've got to give me a giveaway. Hey, it worked. Sean gave me $5. Haha. For the monster dog to get one more treat. Okay, one more treat for the monster dog. Alright, Cody, what do you want? You want a hazelnut? How about a hazelnut? You want a hazelnut? There you go. And since hazelnuts are small, you can have 2 of them. There you go. He said, my name is Jimmy Gimme. I give you my neighbor's soul. You already have mine. Your neighbor's soul. Okay. Accepted. What's up, PKEOU? PKO 817? Yeah, it does. However, if you are a sub to the channel, you don't get any ads. So that's also a thing. Subscribers have no ads. That's the least that I can do for you. But you gotta be a sub. Prime sub also works, which you can do for free if you have Amazon Prime. I mean, technically it's not free because you're paying for it. But it's free if you don't use it, because otherwise you're just wasting the money. It's literally free money that they give you every month on Amazon Prime. If you don't use it, you're silly. Speaking of which, I don't know if I've used mine this month. Can always give mine away to somebody. Let me see if I've used mine or not this month. Who do I want to give it to this month? I don't know who I want to give it to. Yeah. Yeah. $25 a month. I didn't know that went up.
Will we be able to skip it?
Oops, that was not what I meant to do. There's nobody online that I want to throw the sub to. There's nobody online that I want to do. There's nobody online that I want to throw my sub to. Just give it to someone random.
There you go. Let's give it to Sir Fox. So, if you guys have never done this before, it's really easy. You do this, and then you just click this little, see this, it says use Prime Sub. It's really easy. Boop. And then that's it. And then bam. See, now you can give somebody a Prime Sub. Free. F-R-E-E, that spells free. Come on back now. Free, free, free. What's the deal with rolling dice? It's just a D20 from, like, Dungeons and Dragons. I'm in. It's just, you know, skill checks and stuff like that. I don't know. I have it from, like, some little thing I got. I can't remember where I got it. Maybe it was given to me for Christmas or something. I found it the other day while I was messing with some stuff, and I was like, you know, it'd be funny to roll for like dialogue and stuff like that. Roll for contests. Well, the thing was, is if I rolled above 10, I was going to do a giveaway. I rolled a 1, which is a natural 1, which is the worst roll that you could possibly get. There's a couple jokes about natural 1. Like, for instance, you see an orc on the edge of a cliff. The orc is precariously balanced. What do? I roll to push the orc off the cliff. Roll for initiative, and you roll to, push the orc off the cliff. And you roll a natural 1, which is, the worst possible roll that you can. So not only do you fail in pushing the orc off the cliff, but you caress the orc's back gently, and the orc is now disturbed. I think somebody actually made a meme of it. Hey, Charles. Sean and Charles with the donos. Yeah, here you go. You reach out to push the orc off the bridge, but instead lightly caress his back. He is uncomfortable. This gets better. I gotta make sure it's not. Oh, God. It does get worse. You reach out to push the orc off the bridge, but instead lightly caress his back. He is uncomfortable. The orc reflexively goes to crush your larynx in response to dice rolls, but instead intertwines his fingers in your hair. You fear that another one could mean an awkward letter home in the morning. Years and several critical failures later, Borog, the scourge of the Thunder Caves, thinks back to how he met his husband, Turagar Trueheart, and chuckles. A different time, to be sure. He goes back to weeding their garden. Too many nat 1s in a row, my friend. Yeah, you spent $100 on your brother's birthday? Well, I'm sure your brother had a good birthday, and I appreciate the $10 as well. I am not a Richie Rich, so, saying, what is somebody said one time? They're like, don't donate to streamers. Streamers are rich, and they got tons of money, and they don't care about your donations. I'm like, bull crap. I'm poor. I'm poor. I care about these donations. That's food. That's snackums for the dog. This dog eats me out of house and home, guys. I'm not even joking. You see how big he is? You see how big this dog is? Do you see how big he is? He's not small. He eats everything in the house. He is a monster, and he eats all my food. And he eats, and if I turn my back for 2 seconds, he literally eats everything. He stole my peanut butter and jelly sandwiches the other day, right off the table while I turned my back, and I came back in, and I didn't even have peanut butter and jelly sandwiches to eat. And I got so mad at him, I just went to bed hungry because I didn't have any food. 'Cause you're a fatty. Who steals? You're a thief. That's right. Thiefums.
thiefy, big old meaty, chunky boy. Why you so big and so monstrous? Why you such a big monster? He said, I don't know. Look at these big teeth he's got. Look. Look at these big scarum teethers. Look at them scarum teethums in there. Look. Look at them big fangs in there. I said, leave my fangs alone. You don't even use them for chewing. You just swallow stuff whole. I said, so? I said, don't care. Don't bother me none. I said, I don't care. I said, I don't care what you got to say about none of this. Lapdog. As soon as he comes up here, he's just happy and he just lays down to go to sleep. All right, get down, big butt. Get down, chunky booty butt. That's right. Big old chunky booty butt. He says, where are my snackums? I mean, I don't envy Mr. Beast's position of being a rich person. It's not fun to be rich, to be perfectly honest. A lot of people think it's fun to be rich until you're actually rich, and then really bad things happen to you. You want to hear some crazy horror stories? Bom, bom, bom. So, number one, my younger siblings had a high school teacher who won $21 million. He had to leave his job teaching, which he loved, because the students and fellow teachers were always harassing him for money. The school faculty apparently got upset after he won and only gave the entire staff $100 gift cards to Starbucks, and they felt they were entitled to more. The second guy, he won $20,000 from a lotto a few years ago. It was a life-saving grace for medical bills, but I had a death sentence for my relationship with my family. I had family members who I hadn't talked to in months and or years reaching out to me asking for money. I became the inconsiderate, money-hoarding cousin/niece. I don't regret winning the money. It's helped me get into my own home. However, I do regret accepting the money publicly, but unfortunately my state doesn't allow anonymous acceptance. My ex-fiance won over $86 million a couple of weeks after he proposed. He kept it under wraps for a couple months while he figured out the details and made solid plans. However, Illinois, you can't claim lottery prizes anonymously, so once he went public, all hell broke loose. He quit his job and became a recluse. We would wake up at least 10 voicemails every morning from people he didn't even know asking for money. People started showing up to his mom's house demanding she make him give more money. Then the threats came to our apartment. We decided to move to a different state and paid for his mom to move as well. There simply was no going back to life that we shared and loved, so we amicably broke off the engagement. It's been about a year and a half since breaking up, and he drunkenly calls me a few times apologizing and regretting ever turning in the winning lottery ticket. He and his mom are now safe, but they lost touch with many old friends and relatives, and my ex is nervous he'll never find real love, just a partner who wants his money. There's a couple really good ones in here, and I was trying to see if I can find the really good ones. What's my Merc running? This one's really crazy. So Jeffrey Dampier Jr. Dampier and his then wife won an estimated $20 million jackpot from the Illinois lottery in 1996. After they divorced, he went on to marry Crystal Jackson. The couple then moved to Tampa, Florida, where he invested some winning, according to ABC. He was kidnapped in 2005 by his sister-in-law, Victoria Jackson, and her boyfriend, Nathaniel Jackson. They were arrested 3 days after. Dampier was found dead in Nathaniel Jackson's van, WFTS reported. The two were found with significant amounts of cash on them. In Jacksonville last night, Mr. Nathaniel Jackson was found with about $1,500 in his pocket. Where the rest of that money is, we don't know. Hillsborough County Sheriff Office spokesperson J.D. Calloway said that at the time, both were sentenced to life in prison for felony capital murder, among other charges. Yeah, money doesn't exactly bring out the best in people. If I was rich, there'd be signs. Okay, there'd be signs. I'd be on here in like a full suit of chainmail one day. I'd be like, how do you like my titanium chainmail?
Impossible. Impossible.
You'd be like, is that titanium chainmail, or are you just happy to see me? Be like, guys, I think Ginger won the lottery. He's wearing full titanium chainmail. I think he won the lottery, guys. Ow, my face. Ooh, a ring. A dwarf star. What do you know? A dwarfy, dwarfy, dwarfy star. Dwarf, dwarfy, dwarf, 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 dwarfy, 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 dwarf. It's always a dwarf star. Always a dwarf star. It's never the ring I want. Never. I don't know, I think the worst lottery story I've ever heard. I was hoping to find it in there, but I didn't find it. It's actually kind of a crazy one. This guy won the lottery. proceeded to do pretty much the most noble thing with all his lottery winnings, which is to share it with his family. He then proceeded to buy all of his family members a house, a car, and pay off their bills. So he pretty much shared all of his money with everybody. His sister and his brother-in-law kidnapped him and wanted more. Can you imagine that? You freaking, you literally buy them a house, a car, and pay off all their bills, and they kidnap you for more money. Talk about some, like, high-level greed. Dude, I'd be ecstatic if somebody got me a freaking house, bought me a car, and, like, paid off all my bills. I'd be like, oh, well, freaking, well, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm now, that's pretty much just setting you up for life at that point. All you got to do is not screw up. That's literally it. Like, you got to pay taxes on your house and taxes on your car, and that's about it. And obviously the bills, like electricity, etc. But you don't have a house payment, you don't have a car payment. It becomes very easy to obviously keep up with those bills when you don't have a house payment or a car payment. Yes, a boogus, a tugus, a boogus, a monster dog. Boogus, a lugus, a dugus, a boogus, a dugus, a boogus, a boo. A dugus, a dugus, a boogus, a dugus, a boogus, a boogus, a boo. A boogus, a dugus, a dugus, a dugus, a boogus, a dugus, a doo. What is it that you want, mine sir? Do you have Watums in your bowl? Do you have a lunch packed in your bowl? Is there a lunch in there? Did I pack you a lunch? Have you played with the chinchies? Did you bring your toy? Is that your toy? Let me see, Mr. Squeakums. Let me see, Mr. Squeakums. Why would we do this? If you bring him over here for me to play with, why don't you let me grab him? This is Mr. Squeakums. Mr. Squeakums like to fight. Are you ready? Watch. Mr. Squeakum makes a squeak, and then he attacks. Oh no. Oh no, Cody, come here. Oh no. Oh no. Squeakums. Cody. Oh no. Mr. Squeakums. Oh no. Go get you. Oh no. Squeak. Why's your paw stuck in the bag, you weirdo? Bangs! Go get him. There's a French-Canadian TV show. It's a story of a low-life family who wins the lottery and they end up spending all millions in court fees and end up poor like before. Sounds about right. Honestly, it seems like the moral of the story is don't tell anybody. That's the moral of the story. Keep your mouth shut and don't tell nobodies. That's the moral of the stories. Don't tell nobodies. If they allow you to claim it anonymously, you should claim it anonymously.
I can't carry any more.
A lacquer plate, 4-socket, $4.99.
Mosers. Mosers. Great early ladder shield. Come here, no, come here. Pat. Bat. Get wrecked. Mama, yo daddy, yo greasy, granty. Dry hills and halls of the dead. Five men, 3 max, 113 AR. It's kind of a neat ring. Min and max, 2 reses with 113 AR. The Doom Finger. It's too bad it doesn't have any leech on it, but other than the missing leech, it's actually kind of neat. Alright. I think I'm done playing D2 for the night. I was thinking about doing some theory crafts, but I want to make sure that this build planner is up to date first. So maybe we'll take on the build planner tomorrow. That sounds like a good plan. I think I'm going to call it a night. As always, I'd appreciate you guys and gals joining me. I'm probably going to see if I can do the build planner tomorrow. I'm going to get with Proner. I already sent him messages, so hopefully we'll get the build planner all worked out so that we can start doing a bunch of like theory crafts. And then tomorrow, maybe, if everything works out, we can start doing a bunch of theory crafts and making a bunch of different builds. Tons of different builds that we can do. As always, I do appreciate you guys again joining me, and keep watching.